Good morning, paddlers, and welcome to I can hear myself, by the way. Good morning and aloha, paddling fans. Welcome to Hamilton Island, Australia. I'm Kalai Miller here with Ocean Paddler TV, and we are bringing you live coverage of the return of the Hamilton Cup. This race is one of the big dogs, the iconic race here in Australia, and after several years of hiatus, it is back on now here on Hamilton Island in the north of Australia, just in the area of the Great Barrier Reef for those of you watching off island, so to speak, off of the Australian island. We are here to bring you live broadcast today of the 16-kilometer round Hamilton Island race, and we're going to be doing 3 heats today. We've just had the start of the first heat of the day. That is the women's race. And as you can see out there, we have all of our paddlers on the water. We had what appeared to be a good, clean start this morning. And our crews are off. We're going to be paddling around the island out to another small auxiliary island here and making their way back around. And so these are iron crews today. There's no changes. These 6 women will complete a 16-kilometer course, roughly about 10 miles, and out, around, and back, finishing back here on the beach just on the reef side of Hamilton Island. And so, again, we've had a clean start. We have some great international participation. Of course, crews from all over Australia have made the migration up here to the north, and but we have paddlers here from the Cook Islands, from Aotearoa, New Zealand. We have paddlers from California, Canada, of course, teams flying in from Hawaii as well. And so after a beautiful Hawaiian-style blessing this morning from Kamoa Kalama, we had our start again, and we think it was clean. And you can see in the background on the ama side of these canoes is beautiful residences here on Hamilton Island. So what a great day to be paddling. Conditions are really sunny. There was a bit of wind early on, but now it has seemed to really calm down, at least in this first section of the race. As they come around the point here, they're going to be making their way into different water, maybe different wind patterns. So we're looking forward to see what these ladies encounter and how they're able to deal with it in today's race. So as you can see off to in the distance there from our shot, that's going to be kind of the point that they're going to be making a wide left turnaround as they pursue that 16-kilometer course. And so we're going to get some guests in here in the studio a little bit later today, and we're actually really happy to have a lot of the gang here on shore collecting in the ballroom, getting their feed on, getting their visions of what's happening out there in the water, their broadcast here. And so it's kind of cool being out there on the water and being here on land and being part of it for all of you folks. And so, again, we're probably about, just about less than 10 minutes into an 8 o'clock start. And so, again, we're expecting this race to be right around the 2-hour mark for the length of this initial broadcast. Then we'll be taking a quick break as the men get ready. We'll have our men's race probably late morning into the middle of the day, and then later on in the afternoon, we'll be on the same course with mixed crews. So 3 races to cover today, a long day of broadcasting, and we're excited to have you with us. Again, you can always find any of Ocean Paddler's live broadcasts on our Ocean Paddler Facebook page. Ocean Paddler also has a YouTube page for a really clear feed, and on both of those, we're looking forward to folks chiming in and letting us know what they think of the broadcast, any questions or comments, teams that you're cheering for. And then AOCRA, the Australian Outrigger Canoe Racing Association, has their Facebook page where we will be having broadcast there as well. And then Hamilton Island Cup has a Facebook page, and they'll be simulcasting this as well. So a lot of different venues from which you will be able to see what's going on here in the water at Hamo, as it's affectionately called. So be with us, join us all day long as we enjoy the racing here on a beautiful Friday, the 19th of June. Folks, again, a great reminder here today. If you love canoe racing and you want to be at one of, in my opinion, is one of the best races in the world, today in Australia, but actually tomorrow in Hawaii is going to be June the 19th, and registration will open for the Pailolo Challenge. Beautiful view here as our crews make a wide left turn coming around the end of Hamilton Island there, making their way along the course. But again, June 19th marks the first day for entry for the Pailolo Challenge. There will be limited number of slots available. So if you are interested in what, in my opinion, is the best six-man downwind course perhaps in the world, you want to be part of that race. So go ahead, jump on there, sign up. And again, Ocean Paddler will be doing live coverage of that race as well. So we're going to be embedded with the gang at the Pailolo Challenge and hoping that they can pull off a really great race once again this year. So again, Pailolo Challenge, June 19th, Hawaii time, which is tomorrow in Australia. We are 20 hours ahead of Hawaii here. We're going to be looking for that sign up to start. So please join us for the Pailolo Challenge. But what you're seeing on screen here today is the Hamilton Cup, one of the most iconic races in all of Australia, on a hiatus, I believe, since 2014. Over 10 years, they've kind of been on a break as there was a little bit change of ownership here in the island, but we are excited to be back here, and every one of our Australian paddlers is just super stoked to be hosting their friends from abroad to come down and paddle, which is one of their favorite races. So conditions right now are looking kind of glassy, kind of flat, which is great for certain types of paddling. Everybody wants a downwind run, but this is kind of a nice way to start this race. There's our crew from Hawaii right there. Some of the Holo Moana gals there in that pink and blue. And these, you know, it's kind of cool to see all of the trailers in the parking lot. Man, these Australians really know how to build canoe trailers, I'll tell you that. I will tell you that. They get some really nice double-decker canoe trailers, and they travel all over this great big island of Australia, making their way to different canoe races. So this is kind of exciting. Nice stroke here from these ladies. We're going to do our best to kind of find numbers and get you crews, but right now it's a bit of a challenge with our limited manpower that we brought up here from Hawaii for this race. We got a couple of camera guys, not only on boats, we got a drone guy getting ready to get up and flying here, and we got some personnel on shore, a couple of guys in the broadcast booth doing all the technical stuff, cutting in and out on these shots. But right now we're focusing on this one camera from the boat. And there I am in studio right here on the beach at Hamo. What's up, everybody? We're excited to be bringing you this iconic race here from Australia. And I'm waiting for my co-host Gina to come into studio and kind of join me today. So you're getting the solo shot right now. It's always fun to have a guest in studio. So pretty cool. But again, in my understanding, over the last decade or so, this island has really developed. There was a time when what you're seeing there, all of those homes kind of didn't exist. A lot of it is housing for folks that work here on the island because it's difficult to travel here from some of the larger cities. And so they have a lot of folk that come here, work here, live here, stay here for, in particular, the busier parts of the season. We, in particular, got a 2-hour flight out of Sydney, making it up here to Hamilton Island. They have their own airport. It's a great place to visit. And, man, if you're thinking of taking a Australian vacation, this is a beautiful spot to do it. There's a ton of accommodations available, a lot of activities, and especially if you have kids, it's really kid-friendly. The beaches are nice. They got wallabies and parrots all over the place, a lot of wild a lot of wildlife that the kids can enjoy, and so it's kind of cool. And certainly some of the more beautiful places of the Great Barrier Reef are within reach here. So yeah, we're going to continue to bring you the first part of the women's race here at the Hamilton Cup. This is our 16-kilometer races all day today, women, men, then a mixed race. So stick with us. We'll be broadcasting pretty much all day from right here on Hamilton Island. I'm Kalai Miller from Ocean Paddler TV, and we'll be right back.
The 2026 Hamilton Island Cup by Australian Outriggers, Moving Oceans, is presented by Tourism and Events Queensland, Australia, and supported by Ozone Australia, Va'a Vitals, and produced for TV by Ocean Paddler TV and Paddle Life TV.
It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday. Celebrate. Oh, it would be so nice. Holiday.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Hello, I'm David Tepava, Master Coach and Captain of the world's best team, Shell Va'a. I'm here to show you my secrets, which are included in the new series, Va'a Vitals. The true foundation comes from our elders, and that's what I want to show all the newcomers who come to my school. I'll teach them the true respect, the true values, the true basics that were already there before. You will have the chance to precisely learn, explore, and discover even more valuable methods and improvements. And whether you are a beginner paddler or at any level of experience, I warmly invite you to join us for the next session. Marurumutu.
All right, welcome back, folks, to our live coverage of the Hamilton Island Cup. Back from commercial break, and our women's crews have made a left turn around the, I believe that's the northern end of Hamilton Island. And you can see some of our crews here continue to make their way along the coastline of the island in this big 16-kilometer loop that they're going to be doing around the island and back to what we call the reef side of the island. It's juxtaposed at the neck of the island. One side is the reef or the beach side. The other side is going to be where you're going to be seeing this marina coming up. And so kind of a really cool course here. As you can tell, this is really flat water stuff right now. And the crews are staying close, as is typical here in Australia. For if you're looking from a Hawaiian perspective, it's going to be all what we might call unlimited boats. But beautiful racing out there. The ladies making it look fun, even in this flat water, really kind of trying to stretch it out and get hull speed up here. But I'm lucky to be joined in studio here by our race organizer, Gina Kenny. Thank you so much for being part of this for us, Gina, and agreeing to be on the broadcast with me. Appreciate you, sister. And this is going to be fun today. So coming from Hawaii, I don't always know so much about these Australian crews, but we're glad to have Gina because she has a real intimate knowledge of the crews and what's going on here and all that. So we're stoked to have Gina in-house with us. So mahalo, girl. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for the invite.
So right now, Gina, let's take a quick step back to the start of today's race at 8 a.m. And let's go course. I'm not sure if we have a course map available for us to check out that they would put on screen. But right now, let's just kind of describe the course for this 16-kilometer race.
Yeah, the course is really an interesting course because we have different currents from different angles and different wind conditions. And every corner you take is a different type of water. So I'm feeling a little bit left out. It's the first time ever that I haven't been in the 16-kilometer race.
You know, it's never good to accept responsibility and try to be like in charge of stuff. All the fun gets taken out of it. But we're glad that you're here and running it. I'm sure so many people were just thankful for the amount of energy and effort that you put in to try to bring Hamo back. And so we're stoked. But this course is 16 kilometers, like I mentioned earlier, for our American or Hawaiian participants. It's about a 10-mile course. So we're looking, give or take, a 2-hour race. Some of our top finishers will be well under the two-hour mark we're hoping for. And so, like Gina was mentioning, it basically circumnavigates, if I'm going to use my one big multi-syllable word for the day.
Good word.
It circumnavigates Hamilton Island. And like you mentioned, because of how Hamilton is affected by different winds and currents and stuff, they're going to see a little bit of something different on every part of the island. And so I think part of the challenge with any race of this sort is how each crew will be able to react to different conditions and how quickly they will make that change or that reaction. And so we're looking for that. That's going to play into it a little bit. We're talking about, hey, if you're going downwind, a certain stroke, just getting in the front and allowing it to surf, although it doesn't look that windy today. Or if we're going uphill and we really want to grind away at it, that may be something different. And so we're looking to see how they react. And really, when it seems kind of calm like it is today, like Danny Ching, who's here racing this weekend, like he always mentions, is when the conditions are like this, it's simply a battle of the tough guys, or in this case, the tough girls.
That's right, the tough girls. They're out there. And we're looking at, as far as the Australian teams go, the top women's teams that we want to watch today are Burleigh Point.
Burleigh Point.
These girls are super strong. They've been training really hard for this. They were national championships at the national titles this year, but they've also been undefeated all year. So
nice.
They are going to be putting it in to take out that win.
For all of us that are not from Australia, what area of the continent is Burleigh Point?
Yes, good question. So Burleigh Point is on the Gold Coast, which is on the Sunshine Coast of Australia. So they are in an incredibly beautiful location with good water. And they are testing themselves with their rigorous training and all of the southern Sunshine Coast races that we've had this year.
Okay. So Burleigh, who else are we looking at?
We're looking at
as far as Australian crews.
As far as the top Australian crews at the moment, we're looking at Burleigh Point. We're looking at the Mooloolaba ladies, and Mooloolaba is also on the sunny coast.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Mooloolaba. That's a name we're used to hearing. I mean,
that's right.
They've been coming down for the Navahine and those kind of races for years. So Mooloolaba is always a fun one for a guy like me to try to pronounce year after year. So Burleigh, Mooloolaba.
Yeah, and then we're also looking at the Gold Coast Cup, which is next door to Burleigh. So those teams are training out of the same venue, and they're challenging each other in training and in racing. So the top girls we want to look for today are Burleigh Heads, Mooloolaba, Gold Coast, but But you cannot go past taking a look at Canada. Canada have come out in force. They're waving their Canadian flag. They're drinking their maple syrup.
I like it. Oh boy! You know, I did recognize the Canadian team here, and I want to say that not to take away any other part of their paddling repertoire, but I was really impressed with them at the World Sprints in Hilo a couple years ago. I really felt like these Canadian women were good in the sprints. Not to say that they're not good in other places, but you know, they may not have a big tradition of outrigger paddling there, but they paddle like kayaks and a lot of flat water stuff. And man, they are strong and they know how to catch water and apply and move the vessel. And so, you know, a lot of these ladies that were tops in those types of events or those types of genres came and got together in the OC6s and OC1s, and man, they are really making a statement. You're right. Those Canadian girls, they got some what Lauren Spalding likes to call big body girls. You know, they're tall, they're broad, they're athletes, you know, and they know how to press that paddle, and we're going to be looking for them too. So Burley, Maluluba,
Gold Coast is another team that we want to look at. They have put together a rock-solid crew for this race. They have Olympic champions in kayaking and surf ski, and they are paddling along with open hearts. One of their steerer is actually a woman named Lili Schloss, who grew up on this island. And her dad helped to formulate this race. So without Lili's dad and his work with his teammate, we wouldn't be here today.
Okay, so we're looking. Those are all in the open division, right?
They are in masters and senior masters.
Okay.
And then we can't forget about the Kiwis. We've got the New Zealanders over here with Nikki Kingi, and she always puts together a rock solid crew. So we got to watch out for the New Zealanders. Mm-hmm. They were doing their haka this morning, and they are ready.
Okay, NZ. We're always looking for NZ out there, for sure. And what divisions, again, are we having as far as, like, age group and stuff?
Most of the crews that we're looking at the top field out there right now are Masters women and Senior Masters women. And on the screen right now, we have Gold Coast. Mm-hmm. With the yellow and green.
Okay, Gold Coast there. Yellow, white, green, right?
Yep, that's it. And it looks like they are working to pass a couple of the crews. Mm-hmm. I think we're now looking at, it's hard to tell with this rented canoes out there.
Right. Who's who, right?
Who's who, yeah. But they're all working really hard and looking good. Nice rhythm.
What a beautiful backdrop, too, huh? What a scenic place to have a canoe race.
We are here, the Great Barrier Reef.
Nice, yeah. You know, but I look at the coastline and the pine trees, so to speak, right there in the background, and like it doesn't give me the feel of the Great Barrier. That's not what I imagine when I think Great Barrier Reef. It looks like Southeast Alaska to this guy, but otherwise, I mean, nonetheless, it's beautiful. It's a really pretty backdrop to be paddling. You know, and for those that are going to be continuing to watch a race and tuning in with us on Sunday. For the change race, the water temp here is cold, but by Hawaii standards, but not that cold. It ain't like it's New Zealand, right?
That's right. The water temperature is actually 19 degrees.
Yeah. So for you folks that are used to Fahrenheit, I found it to be like kind of in the upper 60s at in the evening, nighttime when you're walking around. Real comfortable with a light sweater, and then during the daytime, shucks, I'm wearing shorts and a t-shirt right now. It's definitely not hot or too muggy or anything. It's a pretty comfortable climate here and a good racing climate. You know, sometimes you don't want it too warm or too sunny sometimes when you're paddling. Like, to me, the best canoe races are the ones that have like an overcast day, right? So, because you're not just cooking in the canoe all day. You know, it makes for better performances, I think. And but nonetheless, our paddlers are always having to manage their stuff like their hydration and food. But a race like this where it's a couple of hours, they probably all just have their hydration packs and some different bottles of water and stuff in there. But so you know what else I wanted to talk about today, Gina, was coming from Hawaii as well. Sorry, my questions tend to be Hawaii specific, but you folks paddle pretty much what we would all call unlimited boats, right? Unlimited in design. But for here in Australia, there's two categories of these design vessels based upon weight, right?
In Australia, generally we split up the canoe weights, and we have an unlimited division and we have a standard division.
Okay.
For this event, because we had specific logistics of getting the canoes trailered up from all across Australia.
Right.
And, in some cases, 4 days of traveling with a trailer across Australia to get here.
Yeah, I know. You know what? Like I made mention of this earlier. You Aussies really know how to build trailers, man.
We know how to build trailers.
Those canoe trailers are awesome. They did not skimp on the build or the design. But go ahead. So they're trailering from all over.
Yeah, so they are trailing for days on end to get to Airlie Beach.
Okay.
They then have to load their trailer onto a barge, and the barge brings canoes over here to the island. And so there's a lot of logistics that goes into getting canoes onto this island.
Oh, yeah.
So we did not create a separate unlimited and standard division of weight.
Okay.
We went with any canoe you can get into, you're racing, and it's all the divisions. So whether you're a Golden Master, Senior Master, Master, or Open, whatever canoe you're in, that's what you're racing.
Okay, great. I got you. So, but typically in Australia, there is a breakdown based upon weight of canoe, right?
Yes, there is. Just like you do in Hawaii.
I think in Hawaii, we just do the traditional Hawaiian boat, and any unlimited is unlimited.
Yes, that you could compare that, because we would have any other canoe, and the unlimited or the lightweights have their own division.
Okay, gotcha. All right, cool. So,
okay, so this is Malulaba right here.
Okay.
This is Malulaba Senior Master Women. Stacy Phyllis is steering. Now, Stacy has competed in outrigger canoe racing for over 30 years. She has done 4 Molokai crossings. Can't even tell you how many Hamilton Cups she would have done in her time, back when we used to run this consecutive year after year. She also has been on the world team, so she's been world long distance champion and world sprint champion. So there she is. There's Stacy steering her Malulaba crew. This is a full Malulaba women's crew. We have Robin Saltry, who's also champion, world sprint champion, Hamilton Cup champion, she won the OC1 8K and 16 kilometer yesterday.
Okay, so refresh me, if you can, on what are the different age groups for the different divisions. So open is going to be...
Okay, open is...
Right, any age, right?
No, open is under 30. Under 30 years of age.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, and Masters?
Masters is 30 to 40.
30 to 40. Junior Masters 40, 50.
Yep.
And then Senior Masters 50 and up.
Yep. And then we have
that's
Golden Masters, which is 60, and Platinums, which are 70.
And what was the last one? I'm sorry?
Platinum.
Wow, you guys get real specific. I like it. Okay. So Platinum is
over 70.
70 plus.
Yeah, 70 plus.
Okay.
Wouldn't you like to be a Platinum?
I'm trying to write all this down. This is, it's not exactly how we do stuff back
By the way,
home,
Canada is doing really well here.
Louis,
that's Canada.
Canada in the all-white boat there?
Yep.
Nice. Yeah, they have that real long, relaxed stroke. I love to see that.
It's a nice battle there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see who's in the other canoe on the inside.
Yeah, we're not sure. We're going to get a report from the boat to see exactly who's in the lead right now while we're on camera. At least we'll get at some point out to the front and know who's going to be in the lead. At least we can set the tone as far as who is where and what division they're in.
So these are the Latitude ladies from Canada in the white boat with the green shirts on. And a couple of those girls medaled in the 8-kilometer and 16-kilometer small craft race yesterday.
Okay. And small craft is going to be OC1.
OC1, OC2. Yeah, sorry, it's a language thing, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I understand the words you're saying for sure, but it's a little bit of a change in vernacular, I think.
So the second canoe that we see here, that's just behind Canada, That is a Malulaba canoe, but it's not Malulaba paddling. So I can't get a look on who's in that.
Okay. My understanding is that this drone shot right now is providing us the overall leaders in today's race. So you can see, like, they came around the corner, a little bit of different texture, nothing significant. Doesn't seem to be really going in their favor.
Look at the lines.
Coming off the non-AMA side. So we're trying to see which crew. Gina, do you know?
This looks to be Burley Point.
Okay. As you had mentioned
lead.
earlier, was the crew you were looking for. And Burley is in the Open or in the Masters?
Burley is a Masters. Oh, excuse me. Burley is an Open. They have a couple young ones in this crew.
Okay.
And so Burley, you've got Terry Ann Palmer, who's steering. And Terry Ann is a 30-plus year outrigger paddler. She has also won Hamilton Cups. She's competed in the Nawahini. She has been on world teams in long distance and sprints. And look at her go. She's such a strong, solid steerer. She is in the...
But anybody that's older than 30 can race down, right?
That's right. So Heather Underwood is in this team. We also have Tamika Meek. We have Jess Crow. Now, Jess Crow is a young... This is why they're open. She's a young girl who's come through our junior program from the age of 12. She has won, as a 19-year-old, world sprints and world marathons. And she is an incredibly talented OC1 paddler, OC2 paddler, and V1. So she's just an all-rounder, and her energy in her very fluent stroke is worth paddling with. So Just Crow adds into this to make them a complete crew with junior paddlers up to senior master paddlers. Nia Rudolph is the leader. She's the coach and paddler for this team that put it all together. And these are the undefeated girls. They have not been beat all year long.
Well, they definitely have a crew. They are certainly in the lead. They got a couple of crews, one inshore of them, kind of nipping at their heels there. And then on the outside is another crew. And we're going to try to get a feel of who that would be in second. You think right behind them there? Are we able to put a name to that crew?
Yes, I can name that crew.
Okay.
That crew is Malulaba and Friends.
Okay.
And the president of AOCA, Rowena Coghill, is in that team.
Okay.
And so, too, is Leanne Stanley from Canada and Dana Yaros from Hawaii.
Okay.
Robin Saltree as well. So we have a team of champions in this crew from...
Yeah, for some ladies that don't paddle together, they're certainly looking good out there, you know. Don't paddle together on the regular. And so we think that Malulaba mixed crew is going to be kind of running in second at the moment.
Yeah, so Malulaba and Friends have Sandy Cooper as their steerer. Now, Sandy, again, is an icon in Australia because she has been a coach, a top coach. She has won world championships, national championships. I can't tell you how many Nawahinis she has done. And Kylie Williams is in this crew, who is a first-timer to the Hamilton Cup. But she's raced a Nawahini, and she's been in the world teams for Australia. So you've got Rowena Coghill, Ada Nabar. Now, Ada is also a up-and-coming junior from Norfolk Island originally, but she's been with Malulaba for a few years now. So between Ada and Jess, they are the young guns of that crew.
Yeah, the young guns. That was the crew we were looking at earlier. Is this a Noosa here, or this is a borrow?
This is a borrowed canoe. That's not Noosa.
Is that the Hawaii ladies? I think they had the similar color jersey. We don't know. We'll kind of try to get you some information on that a little bit later, folks. But, you know, as they're coming around the island here, some great views from our drone. As you can see, a number of safety vessels out there, and we'll get to see some more of our women's crews coming around the corner here. We had, as we had mentioned, an 8 a.m. start, so we're about 35 minutes into this race, probably a third or a quarter of the way. And a lot of these ladies are just getting warmed up.
Yeah, look, it's a tight race there with Burley and the Malulabon Friends team. It will be really interesting to see how that one plays out because the Malulabon Friends are good surf girls, but so too are Burley. So that'll be an interesting race. They're warming themselves up. They're
kind of coming into it right now, though, it seems to me. So we may have a chance that as they come around the island and head back either down in towards the finish or just prior to that, they might get a little bit of a surf run at least. We'll see if the current and the wind kind of cooperate. Although, as you can tell, folks, there's not much wind, but there is a bunch of motion in the water. The tide changes here in Hamilton can be as much as 11 feet. So there's a lot of movement of ocean between these small islands. And so hopefully crews will be able to find something that they can use or at least deal with better than the next crew, so to speak. Right?
You know, in all the years this race ran for 37 years uninterrupted, I raced 14 of these races, and I have not seen this course as flat as it is right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is not the usual 16K Hamilton Island.
Well, I think wouldn't you rather have it
Here's
a little
Malulabon.
flat than completely in your face?
No.
Or from your ama the whole way?
No, we come to Hamo for the epic seas. So, look, they're not going to be quite as epic today. But for the newcomers to Hamilton Cup, I think this is a great little, what would you call it? Their entry in.
Yeah, a gentle entry.
It's a gentle entry, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's give kudos for all the teams that are brand new at Hamilton Cup that are out there.
Sure.
And that they are not getting everything Hamo usually offers, which is epic up and downs, the seat one needing a snorkel.
That right there is a Hawaii crew, I think. That's the Holomoana gals right there. That's,
can you tell by their stroke?
Yep. Pauahi is in there, and I think there's...
look at this. Good fast rating right here.
Right there. Shen Liu is in that.
And here's a Noosa crew. So that's actually a Noosa crew. And those girls are strong. Those girls have been in the top of the senior master women's throughout the season. So don't take away from them. They might be able to come up and, challenge the other ladies.
I think for a lot of these crews, like you mentioned, that are...
this is a good battle.
Yeah, a lot of these crews that this is their first time here, they're kind of feeling it out on today's race, getting ready for Sunday. But real quick, we're going to check in with our personnel on the boat in the water, and they're going to give us a view.
Right in the pocket with the women for their 16-kilometre challenge around the island. Conditions are looking absolutely amazing this morning. The sun is out in most areas. What you see behind us is the girls just coming around the halfway point around South Head. Conditions are being very kind to them this morning. We had an awesome start there. I think we've got about 47 plus canoes on the water battling it out today. There was a little bit of challenges amongst the crews back down the first point there. Got a little bit gnarly between crews, but they sorted themselves out. The girls have been hugging it nice and close along the course, which has been favourable to them. And they're looking solid out there. So we've lost sight of the guys up in the front there, but originally we had the Burley crews and Gold Coast crews. They were looking strong out there, guys. We'll go back to you in the studio very soon. We'll see you soon.
All right, thank you for that update from the boat. But again, loving these drone shots from, hey, where are we? Loving
maybe there's a turtle.
Drone shots
there's
from,
a turtle.
There's our ocean paddler boat. Lucky to be hooking up with a gang from Paddle Life out here in Australia. And you can see a number of canoes continuing to circumnavigate. There's my big word again.
Like it.
The island of Hamilton. And Gina, how many entries for this morning's race?
We have 47 entries.
Wow, that's quite a bit of crews. Again, so a lot of these crews show up here with their eye on the big race, right? The 9-man or 9-person change race that happens on Sunday. Today being Friday in Hamilton, right? So they do today's 16-kilometer race as sort of another race to be involved in, or an opportunity to get out there and kind of feel out the waters here and stuff. And so there's going to be more participation. This really gives a lot of different crews a chance to get in. And then they'll 9-man it on Sunday, right?
Yeah,
in
that's
the big
right.
race, which is 42 kilometers, which is much farther. That's probably I think it's about 28 miles.
Probably
sort of
30,
26.
32.
Pardon me?
Probably 30
miles. Okay, a little bit more. Okay, so about 30 miles. So it's a pretty sizable change race. I mean, just for perspective for other folks, Navahini is 41. I'm not sure exactly how far Catalina is, but this is probably more like a Catalina distance. I know it's
it's kind of between. It's a little bit longer than Catalina, but it's a challenging race because of the conditions. So because we have Hamilton Island, where you have these multiple islands that we're moving between, you've got anepic tides, you have current and wind and tide all hitting. There's certain locations that are going to be pitching the canoes up on any given normal day.
Right.
Today is a very flat day. This is not our usual 16K Hamilton Cup or 16-kilometer race. And so you're looking at a chance to really warm the bodies before the 9-person or 10-person race.
And most of them will have a day off tomorrow, right?
Yeah, most of them. The crews that are actually wanting to, they've got their eyes on the prize for the 42K, they'll be laying low tomorrow. The crews that are here to just enjoy everything this race offers, they'll be doing the 4K dash, they'll be doing the sprint eliminator. Some of them will jump into the OC2, OC1 small craft relay. So some paddlers have come up here just to do the shorter races and have some fun, and some have come up with the gold gleaming in their eyes.
Yep, for sure. They got their eye on the prize, and
That's
they're
right.
not going to let anything get in the way of that. So, much like a lot of the bigger va'a festivals or canoe festivals that we see globally, like one that comes to mind is, of course, the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Festival on the Big Island of Hawaii. Hamilton is much like that, where you come here and you can really milk it and get a lot out of it as a traveling paddler. There's 4 days of races, which culminates in the big 42-kilometer on Sunday. But like today, there's this 16-kilometer race, which is not too far. It's about 10 miles, and that's a decent run for most folks. But it's nothing that you can't recover from in a couple of days and be ready to race on Sunday.
That's right.
But if you really just want to go for it, there's, like you said, there's sprint racing. On Saturday, there's a lot of OC1, OC2 races. On Thursday, there's paddling clinics, there's festivities. There's a lot of just, getting to meet and hang out with folks from all over the world or reconnect with those that you haven't seen in a long time. So it's pretty cool. It's one of the things that, I love about these types of canoe festivals. It's certainly not just a race.
That's right. It is a canoe festival, and it is about forging new friendships and reconnecting with old friendships.
Right.
And we brought this race back because this island and this race is the heritage of our sport in Australia. So the very first outrigger canoe race in Australia was in 1987. Two developers, Keith Williams and Max Christmas, they were developers. They had money. They used to travel and hang out in Hawaii. And they'd watch the outrigger canoes. And they said, this is something we should do on the island that we're, developing. Let's bring these outrigger canoes over. So they said to the winners of the Molokai, we will get you over here for this Hamilton Cup race, and we will have you race
all the way to the 80s. All dates back to the 80s. But there was a little bit of a hiatus that was taken from, what is it, about 2014 or 15?
Yeah, so it's been 11 years since we all gathered here on the island. And in those 11 years, those of us that do travel to Hawaii regularly to race either the Queen Lili'uokalani, the Nawahini or the Molokai Ho or the Nepali Coast Challenge. We love all those races, by the way. Australians love multi-day races, and they love a challenge, and they love big water. The Nepali Coast always offers an interesting race. It reminds me of Hamilton Cup in the fact that every section of the Nepali is a different type of water based on the landscape that's blocking the tide or the current or the slipstreams you can get into if you know what you're doing. And so Hamilton Cup paddlers travel the world because we lost this race for 11 years. And so we found solace by going to Hawaii and joining in a lot of your amazing races over there. But the common theme was the paddlers from Hawaii or other places that gather on these epic traveling trips of paddling. Their holidays are about paddling, right?
Right.
You know, you got a lot of people that's their lifestyle.
Yeah,
they don't go on a normal
sure.
holiday. They go on a paddling holiday.
Yeah.
And that's my kind of style, too. So the common theme was, what happened to Hamilton Cup? Why aren't you running Hamilton Cup? Where is it? When is it coming back? And there's a core group of people here in Australia and globally that just started tapping away at that as a concept. Let's bring it back. And the more we discussed it, the more we put it out into the paddling community, both in Australia and globally, the more we knew it had to happen. It had to happen because it's a sense of coming home for paddlers. So when paddlers come to Hamilton Island and they're seeing those friends from their 37 years of meeting here on this island, their hearts are filled. And they are so happy to see each other and reconnect. And so this resurgence of the Hamilton Cup is a resurgence of our global friendships and our Australian camaraderie. And we aim to propel forward from this race to bigger and better things. Ocean Paddler TV is going to be a big part of what happens here in Australia for the future.
Yeah, we're happy to be here, and I would have to agree with you, Gina, that, you know, in being able to talk to some of the folks that were coming down this year who had raced before, you know, in the early 2000s, man, they were just excited, and so many of them were commenting about how, like, this was the best race they had ever been to, and we're talking about folks that, like you said, are paddlers first and travelers second, right?
Yeah.
So their travels kind of center a lot around being able to get to races around the world, and they just always comment about what an amazingly fun time they had in Hamilton. And so when the opportunity came that the race was going to be back on, you know, guys like Kamal Kalama were just like, you know, oh, the gang is so stoked. We're gonna load onto that plane and get down here and have some fun. And so they were able to. I know you folks were part of organizing a team with Travis Grant, and he kind of handpicked a bunch of his buddies that were able to come down here and paddle with him. And so I'm really looking forward to see that team not only later today but on Sunday as well. But yeah, a lot of really fond memories for folks that had been involved in Hamo in the past, and just exuberance when it came to the fact of having another chance to get back here to Northern Australia to compete in this race. But as you had mentioned earlier, Gina, we have some, it's not really rough, but it certainly doesn't look like it's in their favor. One thing I've noticed from talking to and watching Australian paddlers is they're really kind of up for whatever, and they enjoy the context or the challenge of any kind of water you can bring us. We're going to deal with.
Bring it on.
Yeah, you know, sometimes some of our other paddlers get real jaded on, like, oh man, I only want to do downwind runs because that's where the fun is at. But you know, Aussies, as usual, are just a bunch of tough guys.
Yeah, and, well, in Australia,
they're willing to deal with whatever you throw their way, and so to speak, suffer with a smile.
Oh, absolutely.
So that's kind of cool. I've always noticed that about the Aussies. You know, they're going to be the last ones to complain at the end of the race, and have a smile in their face when they're out there slogging it out in the rough stuff. So
yeah, they love
cool.
it. Because in Australia, I mean, I didn't grow up here, but I've lived in Australia for 32 years, so I feel very Australian. And what I've come to know is they grow up with everything in the world on this island of Australia, which is big island.
Right,
but
right,
everything that can kill you. It's
right.
You've got crocodiles and even these
giant
jellyfish, spiders, jellyfish,
yes.
sharks, and you've got even the smallest of jellyfish that you can't see is a killer.
That's the most deadly one, right?
That's right. And there's even a giant bird that can kill you. It's called the cassowary.
Yep. That thing's deadly.
Yeah. So Australians are used to danger, and so they thrive. And outrigger canoeing in Australia, if the race is flat, they're like, such a shame it was flat, man. I just wanted those epic seas. And
yeah, right.
So there'll be a few complaints out of this one. But they
are
dealing.
They want it rougher, right?
Yeah, but they are dealing with some good currents here, so that's a challenge.
You can see the current. You can see the water is, as we say in Hawaiian, ku piki piki o. It means like it's kind of like rough and tumultuous and kind of confused kind of water.
I like that. How do you say that?
I'm gonna credit my the women's coach for my canoe club, and she teaches Hawaiian language, so that's from her. Ku piki piki o. It's like that kind of confused, kind of rough, undecided kind of water. It has a lot to do with tide changes and topography and stuff like that. It's not really clean open water.
And how would I say that?
Huh?
How would I say that?
Ku piki piki o.
Ku piki piki
so
o.
I'm gonna, Coach Witt, I'm giving you credit on that one for sure.
Ku piki piki o.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, so it's kind of cool. But yeah, they're really making it work here. I don't know that crew we were just looking at. They had. Okay, right now we're looking at the leader.
Okay, this is the Burley girls.
Yep, as was expected, but it's not a commanding lead by
no. Look
by
over to the
just
left
a couple
and
of
the
boat
right.
lengths in front of
Left and right.
two other crews. They have, like you said, one flanking them on their rear flank on the left and one on the right, and so kind of coming up. Their ama looks nice and light there, but it is seeming there's a little kind of a cross there. The steersman is using there. There's a little something, it seems like, that they're able to jump on.
Oh, yeah. They're working the waters there. It's beautiful.
Yeah, for sure.
Really beautiful.
Nice stroke rate, keeping it up there. Nice big draw. But the ladies are certainly looking pretty together.
They've got some prowlers on them. Those girls are creeping up.
That's a nice, quite tight grouping here in our lead pack. That's our first, second, and third place here. We're not sure. This is first, second, and third in overall. They perhaps are in different categories as far as Masters, Junior Masters, and Open and such. But, yeah, that's our leaders right there.
Right
Burley,
there. It's going to be a good finish.
As you so correctly predicted, Gene, I'm going to give you that one. You called Burley early on.
Thank you.
So we'll see how they land up doing this.
This is Gold Coast,
right? I'm not sure where they are in the spec of things.
Now, who's this?
Do you have numbers? Would 68 be their crew number?
Let's look it up.
We're going to try to look it up right now. And for all you folks tuning in on Facebook or on our YouTube page, please feel free to make some comments, ask some questions. We're going to try to zoom in on what you're asking there and see if we can't get you some answers to your questions or cheer on the crew that you're looking for. So a little bit of double screen on your left is going to be from our vessel, and on the right is from the drone. And so we're not do we know who 68 is?
I'm looking that up. I'm working on that.
Okay.
I'd like to know who that is. We all would. Here's the Canadians. They stand out because they've got these beautiful lime green shirts, and believe it or not, they have a maple leaf on their lime green shirt. And
they have a big stroke too. Look at the difference in stroke rate comparatively. Like we talked about, I'm not sure about the Burley crew, but a lot of these Canadian ladies are what like we talked about earlier. Lauren likes to call big body girls. These are your kind of big, strong, athletic girls, and they are. Was
that Canoe 68?
That was 68 earlier.
Yeah. Okay, We're going to find out who's in Canoe 68 so we can give you an update. Looking here, this is Team Malulaba and Friends that has Rowie Coghill, Leanne Stanley, that's Sandy Cooper at the back steering. We've got a Hawaiian in this team, and her name is Dana Yaros, and she does some coaching over there in Hawaii. I think she's on Oahu. Do you know Dana?
Yes.
Yeah, so she's here. She's here, and Leanne Stanley from Canada.
Okay.
And the other girls are all from Malulaba. So it's called Malulaba and Friends.
Malulaba and Friends.
Yes.
This is that mixed crew that you were talking about. That was 68, yeah?
Yeah. Well, okay. I don't know if that's 68 because I can't see it at the moment.
Oh, the other one, yeah.
But I could pick out these girls because I knew what shirts they were wearing.
Right.
And these girls were always going to be giving Burley a run for their money. And they're not far from Burley right now. So we may see some interesting finishes here. We will see some interesting finishes.
We're getting some comments on the live. We got Annette English saying aloha from Molokai. And,
nice.
And Tom Fishbeck saying he's happy to have Hamill back on there. And Patrina Quinn, she's saying go to the Canberra girls. Go, Canberra.
Okay, well, anyone that's watching this live stream, all I can say is when you chose not to get on a flight and come here, you missed out.
Yeah, you definitely missed out.
So please, come next time. All right, we're still getting an update on who Canoe 68 is. So we know that Burley is in the lead, and we know that there's two chasing her, and that one of them is the Malulabon Friends. We've got Gold Coast not far behind as well. So you've got 4 top women's crews that are pretty close together. So this is going to be super exciting. This is Shania Payne steering right here. Mm-hmm. Shania is our young girl who's gone through juniors.
Right.
She's now, I can't, to be honest, I can't remember how old she is, but she's a young one. She's probably 24, 25.
Right. I think
and
I
if she's
her.
older than that, I'm sorry, Shania. But
at Sydney Harbor Challenge, where she was just like a high school girl. I remember her.
Yeah. So Shania has been incredible. She has steered Nawahinis, Sydney Harbor Challenges, world champion long distance, world champion sprints. She's a girl that has lived as a paddler, this girl. She's amazing. Her father is the president of the Gold Coast Outrigger Canoe Club.
Right.
He and the whole family are just so passionate about outrigger canoe paddling, and it's beautiful to see families that are paddling together and thriving. So the rest of the team here.
I think those two things go hand in hand, if you ask me. I think when you have a whole entire family, children, mom, dad, involved in athletic pursuit like paddling, that's really healthy and real community-based, that family tends to thrive in its own self because of the things that it's involved in. I think they go hand in hand. Pretty cool shot right here along the rock's edge with our ladies from the Gold Coast. And I believe on the right screen there with a little brighter aperture, that's going to be our leaders, as you mentioned, Burley. But, man, they are being hotly pursued by another crew right behind them.
Yeah, no, I think that's the Malulabon Friends.
Okay. Nice work. Gosh, if you've ever been to Southeast Alaska, it looks just like this. But it's sunny and tropical. It's pretty cool. You know, here is sunny and tropical, and then over there it's a little colder.
Look at this. They're closing in.
Eagles. Beautiful.
Well, here you're not going to see bears or bald eagles.
No,
but
you might see some cockatoos and wallabies, though, right?
That's right.
Nice.
Look at that. That's a nice close race. Both teams working so hard here.
So that's Burley moving out of screen on the right. Let's see if we can't get a tighter shot of that second boat to pick up a number on them to make sure we try to figure out exactly
this might be
what
our
crew
mysterious
that is.
68.
That second boat there would be kind of cool. We're pretty sure that's Burley out in the lead there, coming around this nice corner on Hamilton. Beautiful shot, using a little bit of that reverb off the island.
Yeah, that's so
kind
good.
of nice little run right there. You saw them pick that up. Beautiful.
Yeah,
you
Burley
can see
girls.
Now they're kind of picking it up a little bit, trying to get a little bit use of these bumps here, bouncing off the backwash on this rocky coastline.
You can see why they've been undefeated.
Right
Ooh, look at this. Coming up.
The girls in the back are using it as well.
There's some good surf steerers right here. Good surf girls. These are waters these girls know. They know them inside and out. They know what they're doing. They're highly competitive. And
that's 68, as we had mentioned earlier.
Okay, we're not sure who that is yet.
We're going to try to find out exactly who this is.
And they're wearing black.
But, man, they are hot on the heels of Burley.
Hot on the heels.
If anybody knows on our Facebook who exactly this might be.
I'm trying to get a report on the numbers.
I have somebody here logging on that says they think Boat 68 is Hekili Outrigger Canoe Club from Yorkie's Knob.
Oh, nice. That's Hekili.
Does that sound about right?
It does.
Does that kind of make sense to
Yes,
you?
it
Looks
does
about
make
right?
sense. Yeah, Hakili.
Thank you, Sandy.
Yeah,
Smith.
thank you. Sandy Smith,
said
you're a
that-
legend.
sent that in. You are. It's funny that's the fastest report we can get. Little bumps here.
Yeah, Hakili, go
See
Hakili.
these ladies, if they can get that front of the down, these swells, and be able to pull in. Again, we want to take the moment to thank those that have made this broadcast possible, especially the Board of Tourism here.
The Tourism and Events Queensland.
Yeah, Queensland Tourism, and of course the gang here at Hamilton Island for allowing the paddlers to come back into town.
And AOCRA, our governing body of our sport, which is like your
HCRA. AOCRA is Australian Outrigger Canoe Racing Association.
That's right.
They're kind of the overarching governing body here in Australia, and in particular the Department of Tourism for Queensland. They were a real supporter for us and this broadcast and this race. So we want to, as we would say in the islands, we want to mahalo them.
You want to mahalo them, absolutely.
Mahalo them and thank them for making this broadcast possible. As well as, of course, my co-host over here, Gina. She's our, what is the crown or the vest you're wearing this week? Is going to be event organizer. Is that you, Gina? Or
I have multitude vests on. In fact, I have so many vests on. I'm wondering which ones I can drop.
Right.
But no, I would say that I'm the
event coordinator.
Sure. The visionary. The
visionary. I like that.
Yeah, I'm the visionary.
Well, you're certainly the one that's made this possible, and who we at Ocean Paddler have been in contact with and getting us down here. So we're stoked to be here, and we really like the opportunity to come here and share this race with the rest of the paddling world here. We're always trying to do our best to make outrigger paddling a little bit of a spectator sport now, right?
That's right.
I mean, you think about it, in the old days, you'd stand on the beach and the canoes would leave, and you'd just wait there till they got back, and that's about the extent of watching this kind of distance canoe paddling. But now with the advent of cameras on boats and drones and all of the stuff, it's pretty cool.
Oh, we're so blessed. Look how
um,
close this is.
Looks like that crew is making a run on.
They are making a run on Burley. This is a close race.
They were a couple of canoe
really
legs back, and it looks like that steers woman is able to cut it a little closer along the rock's edge there, using a bit of the current, and you can see it moving in there now.
There we are. This is Hakili again.
If their overall hull speed has picked up coming around this corner. It definitely looks like it.
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if we could see one of their Garmins?
Yeah, right, for sure. Mindy Clark saying, thanks, Gina, for all the great info. Okay, Shania Payne is saying that 68 is New Zealand in a Hakili canoe. Hence the black jerseys.
Yes, there we go. There we go. Thank you for that clarification.
The delicate ladies of the fern there from New Zealand. Yes. Okay, that all seems to make sense.
It does. Nikki Kingy always has a rock solid crew, so she's showing us here that she is here for the gold. She is not messing around. Her and her girls.
So 68.
We knew those Kiwis were going to be a team to watch, so now we're watching them.
What is their team name? Do you know offhand what their team name is for crew 68? Here we go. Taupo Wakaama.
Whoa, well, you got to know if you're from Taupo, you're going to go hard, don't you?
Yeah.
They've got some big water in Taupo, like really good wind, good challenging currents. You know, it's very similar to this. So they are literally in their element. Burley getting a run for their money from the Kiwis. This is exciting.
Nice, yeah. This is
very
truly,
exciting.
Truly an international race when you have, crews representing different nations in the top three. So that's pretty cool.
And to have it started with Kamoa leading us in that beautiful prayer and chant.
I'm trying to find something that Kamoa is not good at.
Oh, it's not possible. It is not possible.
I asked him, after that, I'm like, what don't you do? His family, his mother in particular, was very steeped in the Hawaiian culture. Auntie Nana was she was always a person you would ask to do canoe blessings and all this kind of stuff.
They are almost back.
Yeah, they're coming in.
Coming in. Sorry, but I do want to hear more about Kamoa, but this is getting really exciting.
Yeah, and so, but Kamoa has really kind of taken on that position of being a cultural practitioner for the greater Hawaiian outrigger community, and always represents us well, and gives me what we would call chicken skin, or what everybody else calls goosebumps.
Yeah.
When he wants to oli or chant like that. And so it's beautiful, and it always helps to remind people of outrigger canoe paddling's Polynesian origins, But
It's
but
really
speaking
important to
of,
remember our
look
origins.
at these burly girls.
Look at them
under
go.
hot pursuit from
They're-
Taupo Wakaama. And depending on camera angle, they look like they may be tied. So, it's very much to do with angle at this point. But
And this looks like it could be Malulaba and friends inside of these girls.
we're gonna get a
Because you've got... Yeah,
we're gonna
look
try
at
to
this.
Get, confirmation on the number of the canoe inside. But right here for sure is Burley, yes? Or is this?
This is Burley.
Yes. 100%?
And someone's on the inside, and we're in New Zealand.
Yeah. So we're trying to get confirmation on that crew in the back. And like you said, they're 5 minutes from the end of this race. And
They're
I
smoking.
have going on about 70 minutes in the water. That's fast, girl.
They are smoking.
That is fast.
These girls are flying.
And this part in particular gives a little bit of a downwind run. They're able to. The hard part, it looks like the
Yeah, this
it's a
is
little
Burley.
bit difficult to get into this. You
This
see how
is
they're
Burley
kinda
right here.
slipping off the back. So the current, the wind might be pushing them one direction, but the current might be coming the other, or vice versa.
Yeah, they definitely have the current pushing
there we
underneath
go. They're
of them.
kind of getting on one right there.
Yeah.
I think we'll see the men's crews with a little bit more power being able to get into these. But, man, we have just had a lead change here.
Lead change
I
right at the
think
last
that crew
kilometer.
on the inside was just able to use this small surf run a little bit better, and it seems like our burly head steerer is trying to jump on the line of the crew that's just past her, thinking that maybe on that inside
there
water.
look, they've just got one.
There you go. That's
Yep.
the thing. What's happening is the current is in her face.
Yeah, she
more
was too
offshore.
much. Yeah, she
And
was
so
too far.
the closer she pulls in, she's able to surf a little better. Yeah, right
yeah,
there.
now
You see it?
this is still this
Yes,
race
ma'am.
is not finished.
Yeah, far from over.
Yeah.
But let's try get a close up of our leader so we can confirm the number that they're on, and just get so we can get a confirmation of what crew that this is here.
To me, it looks like Burley and Malulaba and friends. Sorry, I was combining two team names, but this looks like Malulaba.
Not there. Here, not there. So we had Shania Payne come and visit and say, she visited the studio and said, I'm onshore, not in the canoe. But
This is Malulaba and friends right
Malulaba
here.
and Friends,
Malulaba
crew
and
100.
friends.
Okay, here we go.
Which is Leanne Stanley, Dana Yaros, Rowena Coghill, Sandy Cooper.
Yeah. So
Rowena Coghill.
Crew 100, Malulaba and Friends. They have just passed Burley and into the lead. They kind of allowed Burley to lead the whole time, but man, these girls are strong. Look at the drive they have.
That's Ada
in this canoe, and they're really able to be making the most of this surf. And as they came around that final corner of the island coming in here, they were able to use that surf. Kudos to not only this crew, but their steerswoman on being able to kind of find that little surfier line on the inside and catch a couple bumps coming into the finish. Let that be a little indication or tip to the rest of the crews coming around that, hey, if you can sneak to the inside, that's where the surf is.
It looks like their seat one could be Ada Nabauer, which she is our junior that grew up on Norfolk Island. She is so strong, and she grew up in way bigger waters than what she's paddling in now. So she can paddle in anything. Dana Yaros, Rowena Coghill, Leanne Stanley from Canada, and then there's Kylie Williams. They are steered by Sandy Cooper. Now, Kylie Williams is new at outrigger canoe paddling, meaning 4 or 5 years versus 10, 20, or 30. And this is her first Hamilton Cup because she came into the scene when this race was in its slumber. We'll call it a slumber.
Yes.
And when it's reawakened, she's here because she is a mighty, mighty, mighty paddler.
Do you know offhand what category they would be in?
They would be in senior master. No, I'm sorry.
Well, some of the girls are young, right? So they may be
Some
in the
are
open.
young. I think, gosh.
They would be open.
You know
maybe?
what? I can't tell you. I wish I could.
Okay, we're not absolutely sure, but there are some gals that would make the senior masters, but they have some younger paddlers as well, you think, right?
Yeah, I
'Cause
did
you were
ask
just saying
for
their
a few
stroker
more
is kinda younger,
details.
right?
Yeah, they've got one young gun, and the rest of the girls are. So Dana, Rowie, Leanne Stanley, and Kylie Williams are senior masters. Sandy Cooper is actually a golden, and Ada is an open. So we
Probably
just need to. So for those of you out there that don't know that we have actually used an aggregate age in Australia for this race. So you add up the age of your paddlers, divide by 6, and that's your age category.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Some math then, some math.
I know you got to do math, right?
Man.
So that's why it's so confusing for us sitting
Hawaii
here.
Crews weren't all here. You know, they have to do math. They're not going to figure that out. Okay, so that's interesting. We'll talk about that as we as we get close to the finish line. But man, that Maluluba and Friends crew number 100 coming into the finish line here.
Look at them go!
A great last couple of kilometers here, and it looks like they were able to sneak by Burley, who's still looking
New
smooth
Zealand
as well, and New Zealand. The Taupo Vakama, and so a great race by Maluluba as they are coming into the finish line. Nice work, ladies.
And this team with Rowena Coghill. Rowena has a big job, right? She's president of AOCRA. She's president of Maluluba, and she's in a winning team.
Wow, she got a lot of hats too.
She's got a lot of hats.
A lot of hats to wear.
It's not a competition on hats, but she's got them.
All right, and coming into the finish line here in this morning's 16-kilometer course around Hamilton Island, it looks to be Team Maluluba and Friends, number 100, coming in first place as they approach the finish line, a few boat lengths ahead of Burley.
Wow, they've really made a lot of ground.
And they did put on a gap in the last couple of kilometers here. Impressive last quarter of their race by the gals from Maluluba, and they are coming into our finish line here. Congratulations to them. What a race. Unofficially, we're going to give them about an hour and 15 minutes around that sort of time.
Yeah,
just
there they
to
go.
Give the rest of the crews or spectators on shore an idea of how long this race is taking.
Look at that
for the
energy
top
right
women.
there.
So definitely an uproar here on shore for the ladies of Maluluba that have pulled off a win.
Look at them.
They know about the Shaka
Congratulations.
Cam, everybody waving to the camera there. And to all of you that will be racing here later today, our drone loves to zoom in on our top finishers, and we call that the Shaka Cam. That's your chance to send out a hello to everybody at home through our drone shot. And so coming in second place, about to finish there, is Burley.
Look at those girls go. Nice, strong finish. Nice, strong finish there.
Nice, strong finish by Burley there.
And we can't really tell from here, but I would think from what we've been watching, New Zealand will cross that line next.
So we're anxiously waiting for confirmation of who is our third place finisher here. We're going to get eyes on them. It looks to be a little bit of a battle.
It is a battle.
Coming in
Gold
on who's
Coast
third
and
overall.
New Zealand.
I'm going to go with those black jerseys there. Might be New Zealand. And they were
Nikki Kingi.
Right there with Gold Coast finishing third and fourth. Too close for us to call there.
Too close.
Each one of these canoes may be in different categories, but overall, we're not going to give a time. We don't have official times yet.
Not yet.
But as a round sort of number, it looked like our top finisher was about an hour and 15 minutes if we had a precisely 8 o'clock start. So
that's a fast
an indication
16K.
of pretty nice water out there, right?
Good conditions.
When it was easy, it was a nice flat water stretch, and it seemed that the current and surf was with them, certainly coming around into that last quarter of the race. Kudos to that group from the Maluluba and Friends, able to surf past Burley in that last segment there, kind of making the interesting.
Yeah, made it really interesting
there. Second place, of course, Burley, and then we're too close to call from our angle between Gold Coast and what we believe to be the Taupo Vaka'ama from New Zealand. A bunch of New Zealand ladies there. So we're going to continue to bring you canoes crossing the finish line here, but many mahalos to my gal Gina here joining me in studio for our live broadcast here at Hamilton Island, coming back after over a decade-long hiatus, and we're stoked to be here from all the way
stoked.
from Hawaii to join our Australian friends for the return of this iconic race. Again, you've been watching this morning's race, which was a 16-kilometer, 10 miles or so, with our ladies and a bunch of different divisions here. But an hour and 15 minutes,
That's
Gina,
a good
for
time.
a 16-kilometer race is pretty quick.
Yeah, and at Hamilton Island, that is really quick. The conditions were favorable for everyone today. And for our first time back, let's ease into it, not smash everyone up on the first day, right?
We don't want to do that. And always, just to recount for you folks, we're going to be doing some live broadcasts later today in a little bit. Gina, what time are you starting the men?
We're starting the men at 11 a.m.
Okay.
And the mixed crews at 2 p.m. And we don't know what the wind is going to do. It could pick up for the men, and they could have a more epic Round Island, which they would love.
I noticed being here for the last couple of days is the weather throughout the day is kind of, for lack of a better term, kind of inconsistent. It changes throughout the day, what's coming on. You got to remember, we have the mainland on one side of us, the open Pacific Ocean on the other, so there's a lot of stuff going on in there. What crew is this here in front of us?
Well, that's a good question. It's a Noosa canoe, but it's not a Noosa team.
Somebody borrowed a Noosa canoe. This may be our ladies from Hawaii, I believe.
Look at the hats.
Just based upon their hats and jerseys. This was I think a junior master team out of Hawaii.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Look at the white trim on their blue. That's the Volo Va'a.
Yeah. No, I think it's Holomoana.
Holomoana,
I think, was the name on their jerseys. They know about the Shaka Cam.
So one thing to keep in mind.
But they are paddling those spooky stingray blades from Quick Blade.
Oh, interesting.
Interesting. I didn't think they were going to use those, but they're out there getting them.
Who do we
Here's
have
another
here?
crew coming to the finish line.
Some orange jerseys.
We got to get that crew list for Sunday, girl.
We have to get that crew list. We will. We will have it.
Looking good, ladies, coming into a finish line here.
So today is Ladies' Day, by the way. We have some guest speakers starting at 10 a.m., 3 incredible Australian women that are going to share story and knowledge with anyone that wants to come. It's just three speakers that are extremely experienced champions of our sport.
You're talking about Robin Singh, Charlene Kelly, and Cassandra Sejam?
Yes, absolutely. Those legends.
Yes, okay.
So women that you want to learn from.
Yeah.
So
it's a no booking required paddler talk story session that starts at 10. And judging by the fact that it's just about 9:20 right now, and this race was so quick with our ladies, kudos to them for a nice fast 16 kilometers there.
Yeah, they'll have time to rest
they'll all
up.
Be up here, rinsed off and maybe hopefully grabbing their first beverage and being able to get involved with that talk story there.
Yeah, we want everyone to come down and listen to these legends of our sport because they have so much knowledge and wisdom to share, so much good experience and history that when history is passed along, it fills you up. It's an important part of Polynesian culture and it's an important part of our paddling culture. So taking time to actually stop, to pause, to listen to what those that have succeeded and excelled in the genre is really important.
All right, we're going to continue to bring you the ladies' different finishes here at day one of the Hamilton Island. Are we going to switch the boat real quick? Or I think we're just going to go to a commercial real quick. So continue to stay with us. Again, we've had Maluluba, Burley, look like Taupo, Wakaama, third
and
or
Gold
fourth,
Coast.
as long as with the Gold Coast. So those are our guaranteed, our looks like our top 4 finishing crews for the 16 kilometer this morning with the ladies. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and Gina and I will be right back with more live coverage here from the 2026 Hamilton Island Cup.
The 2026 Hamilton Island Cup by Australian Outriggers, Moving Oceans, is presented by Tourism and Events Queensland, Australia, and supported by Ozone Australia, Va'a Vitals, and produced for TV by Ocean Paddler TV, and Paddle Life TV.
It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Hello, I'm David Tepava, Master Coach and Captain of the world's best team, Shell Va'a. I'm here to show you my secrets, which are included in the new series, Va'a Vitals. The true foundation comes from our elders, and that's what I want to show all the newcomers who come to my school. I'll teach them the true respect, the true values, the true basics that were already there before. You will have the chance to precisely learn, explore, and discover even more valuable methods and improvements. And whether you are a beginner paddler or at any level of experience, I warmly invite you to join us for the next session. Marurumuti.
All right, welcome back to our live coverage of the Hamilton Island Cup. I'm Kala'i Miller, so stoked to be here representing Ocean Paddler, and I got my gal Gina here. She is our event coordinator here for the Hamilton Cup and kind of the visionary behind returning this race to its rightful place in the hierarchy of big-time races here in Australia. And we just had the finish of our women's race this morning. Today is all about the 16K round Hamilton Island, right? And so we just had the finish of most of our ladies for this morning's race. You mentioned 11 a.m. We're going to start the men.
Yeah, 11 a.m. men's start, and the mix is at 2 p.m.
Mix is at 2. So basically, we're going to be rounding. We're going to be rounding up our coverage here shortly for the women's race. We're going to be taking a quick break. But you should stay with us so that you can jump back on it at about 11 for our coverage of the men's race. We saw kind of mellow conditions today.
Pretty mellow
but
for Hamilton.
the times were fast.
Yeah,
the
so
times
fast.
were really fast, you know.
So
we're looking forward to that. We're going to get a quick update on what happened out in the water from our gang from Paddle Life out on our escort boat. So check it out.
See ya.
Guys, what a race. That was incredible. You can still see behind me the victories being celebrated as they cross the line, but we're going to draw focus to the last section of that race. We had first, second, third, and fourth crews battling it out. We saw Burley sitting in front. and right behind them was the Mooloolaba and Friends, made up of a mixture of girls from Mooloolaba, Hawaii, and also Leanne Stanley from Canada as well. So what a strong crew. Close in behind them was third and fourth. We had New Zealand sitting in and hugging right in close to the island there, with Gold Coast not far behind. But in that last kilometre, holy, did it spice up. What we saw in there was Mooloolaba and Friends come in front of Burleigh, punching it hard, looking strong and solid that whole way to the finish line. Burleigh still looking strong on their tail. And I tell you guys, that race finish was epic. We, from the boat and the start line, we actually can't tell you who got third and fourth between Gold Coast and New Zealand, but what an epic race out here. Back to you guys in the studio.
Quick update from the water. She had the front row seats, seeing as our crews crossed the finish line. And
and I like that, getting spicy.
As she had mentioned, that first and second place switch right around there in the corner between Mooloolaba and Friends and Burleigh. What an epic
that was
segment
so
of the
good.
race.
That was unexpected.
You know, both crews paddling really well, but sometimes, man, you just, like we mentioned at the start of the race, conditions are going to change throughout this course, right?
That's right.
And it's a crew's, and in particular a steersman's ability to see what's happening, understand it, and react, but react quickly and correctly.
That's right.
Right?
And
That's
it's a moment. It's only a moment.
And I'm going to give her credit, and I'll never know until I talk to her. But she was able to recognize the better surf line was inside because the current in the deeper water was coming against them. And she pulled a little bit closer to shore, and it seemed like it helped them where she was able to kind of jump on and surf ahead of that crew in front of her. And so not to give too much credit away from the paddlers there on either team, but it definitely seems from our point of view that, man, she pulled a spooky course maneuver there.
That's right.
And it really paid off.
And they say, when all things go well, it's the steers, that did it. If all things didn't go well, it's also the steers.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a tough gig being a steerer.
Oh, it's a tough gig, but I kind of always feel like if you win a race, everybody goes, great stroke.
Yeah.
And if you lose a race, it's like, bad course.
Yeah, oh, that's
right?
steerer.
Yeah, right. So they are both seats with a lot of responsibility, and that's why a lot of people, they kind of shirk away from wanting to sit in the, I'd rather just, some people just want to sit in the pit.
That's right.
And pull. I just want to
be the
right
muscle
here and do my job.
Yeah.
It's a lot. But, man, if you got a good crew, it sure is nice to be a stroker of a really solid crew. So.
Oh, yeah, and those girls were flying at the end. That was exciting to watch. And I'm really looking forward to seeing who was third today. Was it Gold Coast? Was it Team New Zealand?
That's going to be a close one. Again, really good at the finish. But kudos to all those ladies with a great race, but more so just a great push at the end
so
there.
good.
Not to take anything away from Burleigh, man. They were working hard
they were so
all
good.
course long and had a strong finish. Just Mooloolaba was able to pull something off, it seemed there.
They pulled off Mooloolaba magic, we call it.
Mooloolaba what?
Magic.
Mooloolaba magic.
It was the Mooloolaba magic.
Well, they pulled off some Mooloolaba magic for sure at the finish of that race.
With a touch of Canadian.
With a touch of Canadian gold. All right, so congratulations to all the ladies in this morning's race. What a great 16K for all of you. There's still some of them coming across the finish line, but in particular, congratulations to that mixed crew with Mooloolaba and Friends, Burleigh, Taupo Wakaama, and
the Gold Coast.
The gals from Gold Coast.
Not steered by Shania.
Yeah, not steered by Shania. Shania made it a point to say, I'm here, but I'm on land. So we'll talk to her hopefully a little later. Yeah. But congratulations to all the ladies. Our men are ramping up and getting ready to come back. And so please, we're going to go on a quick hiatus from the broadcast. We'll be back at probably just before 11 o'clock with a ramp up to the start of our men's race at 11.
So exciting.
And that one's going to be a fun one. We'll see how conditions have changed here in Hamilton.
We want the wind
with the
to
change
lift.
in weather.
What's the Hawaiian word for lifting the wind?
Lifting the wind?
Yeah.
I'm not
Blowing
sure.
it up.
We're going to blow up the wind. Okay, we're looking for some makani, some wind, some big wind out there, and hopefully, we'll see things change. And so, rejoin us, please, at right about 11 for our men's race. Gina, of course, I'm praying will be back with me here in the studio.
I wouldn't miss it.
You wouldn't miss it for the world.
Wouldn't miss it.
And we're going to bring you continued 16-kilometer races throughout the day. 2 o'clock is going to be the mixed, and it's going to be a fun day today. Day 2 of festivities here at the Hamilton Cup, and 2 more to go after this, and it's going to be a great weekend. So thank you for joining us on behalf of everybody at Ocean Paddler, and mahalo for being here. Mahalo for Gina and her gang putting this race on. Appreciation to the
Tourism and
Tourism,
Events.
yeah.
Tourism and Events Queensland and the AOCRA, Australian Outrigger Canoe Racing Association.
AOCRA, and of course everyone here at Hamel making this race possible. So
Absolutely.
we'll be back around 11. We hope you join us then. Until then, ahui ho.
Ahui
We'll
ho.
be back, and hoi
Ahui
pa'a.
ho. Hoi paha.
All right, here we go. Right. Good midday to all of you here from Hamilton Island in Australia. We are getting ready for the men's 16-kilometer, just about 10-mile race here. This is an iron race, non-change. We're going to figure out exactly how many crews we have today, but we certainly have international participation. There are 46 crews on the water right now, and we have, of course, crews from all over Australia, Hawaii. We have representation from California, of course, New Zealand, and so it's going to be quite a battle out there. Again, folks, we have several different divisions, everywhere from an open to platinum masters. I like that. I've never heard that one before. But, they just do things a little different down under. So we're going to enjoy watching this race, and I'm so glad to have my co-host Gina Kenyon in here in the studio with me today. And just a reminder, folks, that right about 2 o'clock, we're going to be kicking off our mixed race. So thanks for rejoining us here. We're, again, going to be on Facebook. And if you have any commentary or questions that you want to add onto our Facebook Live, please go ahead and add what you want to say. But Gina, what a great women's race this morning. What'd you think?
Oh, this morning was epic. It was so great seeing Burley, who have won every race this year, undefeated women, leading the way, which they did so superbly until they didn't.
Right. And you know what? Welcome to paddling, right?
Exactly. Welcome to paddling.
A dark horse can come at any time, and as we had mentioned early on, with the changing of tides and currents and all of that, it is about the crew and the steer's person that can read and react to the conditions the quickest. And that was proven, in that last quarter of the race today. And I was able to talk to a few of the steerswomen from the other crews that had come around and experienced a similar thing. And so there was a lot of that, being able to read the water, react properly, pick an inshore line, and stay out of the current and surf their way in. So, again, we're looking forward to what the men find out there and how they're going to react. I think they're aware of what happened this morning as our tide is now seeming to really fill in here. What you're looking at in the background, folks, is kind of the neck, so to speak, of Hamilton Island, that low spot there. The beach, we are located right on that beach in front of those three hotels there, those hotel buildings, the Reef View hotels, and our broadcast center, and the center of this race is located right under. And on the other side is the yacht club side, right? That's where all of
they're off.
Sailing boats are, and there we go. It looks like we've had a clean start to this race
so far.
Welcome to the men here at Hamilton Island. I don't know what that guy's doing there.
Do you realize that this current, if you look to the right of the screen, there's a super strong current there. So all of these canoes need to angle in left towards the island. And this is where steers can come really into a bad situation because they overcorrect or they run into someone. So we're hoping that they're going to have a clean race, clean start. This is Noosa Men right here.
Nice.
There's a few Noosa men's crews. This looks to be the Goldens, maybe even the Platinums, because we like the Platinums.
Platinums, okay. And so we're going to give a quick review of what that is. So if you are open, it's 30 and under. Men, Masters is 30 to 40, Junior Masters 40 to 50, Seniors 50 to 60, Golden Masters 60 to 70. And Platinum Masters, 70 plus. And that's a kind of a cumulative age thing, right?
Yeah, so in this race, it's not for every race in Australia, but for this race, we offered the aggregate age. And aggregate age is you add up all the age of your paddlers and you divide by 6, and whichever category you fit into based on the age, based on the math. And look, a lot of people had trouble with that math, but we eventually figured it out. And what it enabled was that there are 10 different father, son, mother, daughter, 10 different groups of families that are actually doing this race together.
That's what Shania Payne, I just talked to her. She said she's going to be steering her dad, stroking.
That's
later
right.
Today in the mixed race, so pretty cool.
And when they were last here, Shania was a little girl and she wasn't able to race. She wasn't old enough. And so now to have them as a family come back and do this together is very heart fulfilling for them.
Yeah, totally. So what's cool, you're seeing everybody trying to get out of that current, as Gina had mentioned. They're all angling their way in towards the rocks. We expect a little bit of obvious collision going to be happening, but we hope that it doesn't force anybody up on the rocks. And so hopefully we can have a little bit of etiquette out there on the water today. And but it is racing, and sometimes, the gloves are off.
Yeah, that's right. But it looks like they're getting out clean, and it'd be nice to look at that front pack and see, like, who's already there, who's leading this. And it looks to me like there's a Volova'a in third right now.
Volova'a. That, of course, is a crew out of Hawaii, kind of put together by Travis Grant. These paddlers are from a number of different islands, a number of different clubs. I think they're all 40-plus, though.
But come on now. Travis is homegrown Australian. Don't claim him. We claim him.
Oh, you can have him. No, I'm kidding.
We've got him. Travis is Australian.
Yep, and that's why he was the conduit to putting this crew together. So I know that a contact was made to Travis. Hey, get a crew of the boys you paddle with down there in Hawaii. Bring them for Hamo and see what you can do. And so we're looking at paddlers like Moihau. He's originally from Tahiti. He lives and paddles in Oahu now. Some other guys on that team are going to be Mael Carey from Maui. We have Danny Ching, a Hawaiian who lives in California. We have a bunch of guys there, so it's going to be good. We have Hayden Ramler there, often known for his photography, but a heck of a paddler. So some big boys in that crew. There's some big,
There's some talent, big talent.
Danny and Travis are the little fellas in that crew.
Yeah,
but
that's
there's
right.
some big, tall guys in there, and they're looking to stroke. And so
wasn't Mario originally from Fiji?
Yeah, well, he's not from Fiji, but he's from a Polynesian island just off the coast of Fiji, and so he's definitely a poly. Definitely, when you look at his frame and all that. But Mario is paddling. Mario is one of 3 Volo race paddlers that went to jump in with some Tahitians. And so he and Nate Hendricks, who is not super well known unless you're a top paddler. You all know who Nate Hendricks is. He's a great waterman, and he is the builder of Broad Reach paddles. Probably the hardest paddles to find in the Hawaiian Islands, but they are awesome. I have one, and it's my favorite. And so Nate Hendricks is there. And then, of course, they have Keakua Nolan from the Big Island of Hawaii with their crew. So you get some heavy hitters that Travis rounded up from Hawaii, and we're expecting them to do well. This is a surfing run right here, and this is their specialty. And in particular, I've heard nothing but amazing things about Moihau's stroke. He'll be the stroker in the first team, and he's a very tall fella. He's got to be every part of 6'3" to 6'5", big long reach Tahitian, and he's got that classic big deep stroke. And what is going to be working for him is he's got some big boys behind him. He's got some size in that boat to make that stroke work. And so we're gonna be looking to see if we can throw them together. So you're showing me the 5 Islands crew.
Yeah, the 5 Islands crew are going to be good competition for Travis's Hawaiian team. They are made up of a bunch of young guys. You've got Riley Lee in his 20s, Luke Brown as well, 20s, Reuben Thompson in his 20s, Cameron Bowen is 30, and Billy Thompson, also 30. So Stuart Woodger, everyone in the paddling world knows of Stuart Woodger. He actually recently just competed in the Molokai Crossing for singles, and I believe he was second in his age group over there. And then he did the relay race with Chris Kelly, which was the Molokai to Maui. Is that correct?
Yep.
Or is it Maui to Molokai?
It's you don't race Molokai to Maui. You race Maui to Molokai.
Okay. Unless you want to do it backwards.
It's downwind. Yeah, I mean you can if you want, but we don't suggest it.
Okay.
So I think that's Travis's. Is that Travis's gang? No. Nope.
That's Ozone with Andy
Ozone.
Penny.
Yep,
Andrew
Andy Penny
Penny's
guys.
in that race.
Andy Penny, another firefighter from the Big Island, absolute hammer of a man, and
he's amazing.
He was originally from New Zealand.
Yes. That's right, and he was part of a pivotal part of Team Hawaii in New Zealand.
Yep, they were the champions back in their day.
Yep, there's Outrigger Australia young guns. These are the young guns that Chris Maynard and the boys of Outrigger Australia have been.
So I would assume his son Jackson is part of that.
Oh, Jackson is in there. Yeah.
Okay, yep. Good, nice young man. expect nothing less.
By the way, Greg Long.
Oh, and speaking of the changing conditions here in
That's
Hamel,
right.
we got a little bit of rain coming through, and you know what? If you're working up if you're working up a sweat in the va'a or the canoe, this is great weather to paddle in my mind.
Oh,
I
yeah,
love
this is
paddling
good.
in the rain.
Yep.
It definitely takes that heat factor and turns it down. But I will say, although all of these va'a are required to have a canvas, I would imagine a lot of these paddlers are zipped down just to stay nice and cool.
I don't know if you'd do that at Hamel. I think the experienced guys will be staying zipped up because if they start jumping up and down on some of these corners and getting water in, they won't be happy.
Sure, but right now, that's easy water.
Oh, we got a life
That's
jacket wearer
easy
right there.
Yeah. And so, ever-changing tides, conditions. We got a rain squall right now. So Hamel brings a whole bunch of different looks.
That's Maynard steering right there.
Jackson?
Yep.
Yep.
No, not Jackson Maynard. That's Chris
That's
Maynard.
Chris Maynard steering that boat there.
That's
okay.
right. The one in front right now, the ozone in the gray shirts.
Mm-hmm.
That's Chris Maynard. We can almost see him. He's in the Golden Masters, believe it or not.
So that boat just inside of them is that mixed Volo race crew. It's obviously taken 3 of the guys from this crew that Chris is steering, or from their club, and mixed it in with them. So that is Mael Carey in 2. He was a mainstay in Kai Bartlett's crews with Kikoa Kramer steering, Team Primo, Team Maui Jim. That guy's an animal. He's such good stuff in the canoe. Behind him was Mario Mausio, and I believe they had Nathan Hendricks steering them. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so Scott Hendricks.
Scott Hendricks is...
He's their steerer.
Scott Hendricks, a Big Island guy, is kind of living back and forth from Oahu right now, getting his kids through high school and paddling and stuff. But he's originally an outrigger guy, just smooth as silk in the water, hell of a steersman, amazing paddler, and I don't know if you can ever get your hands on one of his blades, you'll never let it go.
All right, I need to do that.
So cherry.
I need to do that.
But yeah, good luck. Good luck fighting. Yeah, he kind of doesn't have a website, doesn't answer the phone. He's one of those guys.
All right, one of those guys.
Kind of like Leighton. It's kind of like trying to get a Makana Ali'i from Leighton. You got to know somebody who knows somebody.
Yeah,
you know
okay.
I mean?
All right, well,
Yep.
you can get me in the know, can't you?
I don't know. Got to pay the dues, gal.
Okay.
But right here, again, great start to this race. We have our crews kind of sussing, and based on the speed of our escort boat, you can see the wake. These guys are moving right now.
They are. Now, Northern Beaches. So the teams you want to race, you want to watch. The teams you want to watch in this particular 16-kilometer race is, of
Volo
course,
from Hawaii. We talked about them already.
Team Volo Vo'a.
Northern Beaches.
Northern Beaches. 5 Islands.
5 Islands is from where?
5 Islands is from, I guess you would call it New South Wales border. So it's not in Queensland. It's just south of Queensland in New South Wales, on the border of New South Wales and Queensland.
So kind of cold water paddlers.
Yeah, they're colder water. Yep. And Stuart Woodger, champion steerer there, and a bunch of young guys that he's bringing forward into the sport to say, come and have this experience, because Australia is wanting to recruit more young. I don't know if it is the same in Hawaii, but we need to recruit the 20-year-olds, the 30-year-olds into our sport, because we've got a lot of 40s, 50s, 60s, and even the platinums at 70.
Right, look at the attendance here, right?
Yeah, we need the youngers. So Stuart's he's propagating that, right? He's
Good for
building
him.
that. And then we've got Northern Beaches, who are also from New South Wales. Now, Northern Beaches are really, for 20 years, they've been undefeated in men's and women's racing. Their coach is a guy named Grant Hughes, and he's raced and won the singles of the Molokai Crossing in Hawaii. A very good paddler, good steerer. He's a good driver, right? He knows how to get teams together, and he pushes them hard. So right now,
Nice.
It looks like Northern Beaches is racing against Gold Coast, or it's a Gold Coast boat with someone else in it.
Yep, it
Now-
looks like kind of that mixed crew like we were talking about. I want to say that's mixed with, might be that, it's somebody. I don't know.
Yeah, it's-
Until we're able to get
we'll-
closer.
yeah,
Sorry about the photography right now, folks. Because of the rain, we were required to down our drones for now, so most of our footage will just be side shore like this from our boats. We're trying to do our best to continue to bring you the best in the sport. But as we
Okay,
get
this is
out,
cool because you've got the young guns of Outrigger Australia against the Chris Maynard's older guys. So you got father-son in battle right here.
right, and on the inside of them is another mixed
Yeah,
crew.
you know
That's
what?
Hawaii
Okay, so
guys.
you know who that is. So you see the blue and white canoe.
Mhm.
No, that's not the senior masters men. That's the Chris Maynard.
Yep.
It's not
Well,
Chris.
we're gonna try to suss that out. But real quick, we're going to take a commercial break and bring you back to live action just after the start here at the 2026 Hamilton Cup from Australia.
The 2026 Hamilton Island Cup by Australian Outriggers, Moving Oceans, is presented by Tourism and Events Queensland, Queensland, Australia, and supported by Ozone Australia, Va'a Vitals, and produced for TV by Ocean Paddler TV and Paddle Life TV.
It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Hello, I'm David Tepava, master coach and captain of the world's best team, Shell Va'a. I'm here to show you my secrets, which are included in the new series, Va'a Vitals. The true foundation comes from our elders, and that's what I want to show all the newcomers who come to my school. I'll teach them the true respect, the true values, the true basics that were already there before. You will have the chance to precisely learn, explore, and discover even more valuable methods and improvements. And whether you are a beginner paddler or at any level of experience, I warmly invite you to join us for the next session. Marurumuti.
All right, welcome back to the Hamilton Island Cup. After that quick commercial break, we are in the throes, if you would, of the men's race here on day 2 of the festivities here at the Hamilton Island Cup. And so this morning we saw the women do their 16K. Right now, after 11 a.m. start, the men are in the midst of their race. And later today, right about 2 o'clock, we're going to be covering the mixed race as well. And so a lot of paddling for some of these paddlers. Majority of them are going to get a break tomorrow. Right, there are some races, but it's kind of just fun stuff, and everybody is going to be preparing for the 42-kilometer 9 or 10-person change race coming up then. So that's kind of like the arc of events here at the Hamilton Island Cup.
Finale.
Yes, the grand finale will be on Sunday. But right now, it's all about what's happening in the water with the men here on the coast of Hamilton. We have seen some rain pull in. It's nice, cool water paddling, And these men are
This
cooking
is Chris
right now.
Maynard right here. This is Team Ozone showing us how it's done. Look at them. Look at that power.
It looks like Jackson in the back. No?
It's hard to say.
I thought Chris was a little
father,
bit
son.
darker. Okay, and who's this? Man, these guys are moving.
Yeah, look at them go.
What is so that's in the lead? We're going to say that is who?
It looks like, well, I guess we don't know if it is the lead because we don't have the broader shot, but
Right.
there's definitely a battle here from Team Ozone, and it's hard to recognize this color of top here in the green canoe. It looks like an outrigger Australia canoe.
But they have those black jerseys, so it could be a team
It
borrowing
could be
a crew.
It could be
We're
a
gonna
New
work
Zealand,
on getting
another New
some-
Zealand.
Yeah, we're going to be working on getting some numbers for you folks, but here's another crew moving. Man, they look like the current is definitely with them right now, for sure.
Yeah, they're
moving,
flowing really fast here.
Wow.
But
I mean,
powerful.
look, they're already into the breakwater for the marina there, right?
Yeah. And see that there's a
That's
blue
so-
and white Noosa canoe on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be. Oh, no. Okay, so the canoe right here that they're coming up on, see this gray and orange coming up on Noosa?
Right.
That's Team Bodo. Now, they are the reigning senior master men's champions, national champions for the last 4 years. So we've got Chris Kelly in seat 1. Chris Kelly is a top surf lifesaver, top kayak coach, as in leading paddlers into national championships and Olympics, and coaching the best athletes in surf lifesaving in Australia. So he's a guy that knows water. In fact, his email is that he's the waterman. And behind him is his number 2 guy, Kent Cuthbert, my partner of 20 years. And Kent and CK are like dynamo up there. They set
Nice.
the rhythm. And behind them is Andy Arler, who's fairly new to outrigger but comes from a surf ski background. Now, he's a machine. And he recently saved the canoe in a bar experience where they were getting pummeled by breaking
I remember
waves.
you talking about that. So we have online on our Facebook page Lily Mitchell tuning in to say that that was Outrigger Australia in the black shirts in the Outrigger Australia boat.
Okay,
So we're looking
great.
at them by all accounts being in second place. And so right now, although you're not seeing it in your screen, we're going to call Ozone in the lead with Outrigger Australia just behind.
And Team Noosa not too far behind with Bodo Lenacek steering. Bodo's an incredible steerer. He's been a whitewater paddler, and he's been to multiple world sprints, world marathons, but he most recently competed in the Molokai Crossing on the single and the relay race, and they got first in the 60s division.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, folks, we're doing a aggregate age entry here, right? So
Yes.
cumulative age of all your paddlers, divide by 6, and wherever you fall, if it's between 30 and 40, that's in the Masters. Anything below that would be open. Junior Masters would be 40 to 50. Senior Masters, 50 to 60. Golden, 60, 70. And they have a new one, the Platinum Masters, 70 plus.
Yeah, so this is Team Noosa, Team Bodo, 5 Islands,
Okay.
and Outrigger. Nice slow stroke
Yeah,
here.
I like that big
Yeah.
open stroke he's got going there. Nice stuff.
Yeah.
And that is that would be a Golden Masters crew, Senior Masters crew.
Golden.
Golden, wow, 60s plus. Look at these guys go.
Yeah.
Nice movement. I think, sometimes folks, when they get the stroke tends to get like hitches in it or you're kind of short. But, man, these guys, for a bunch of older guys, they look still limber and lithe and have this nice big stroke, pulling water there, good connection to the water. So
They've
it's
learned
no
to
wonder
go-
they're moving so fast.
They learn to go faster, slower.
Yes, that's the key.
Yep.
That is the goal, folks.
Conserve their energy, be more efficient, and efficiency comes with knowledge.
Yeah, we're not so
learning.
sure what
This is a good
where
race.
they are overall, but they are moving.
Yeah, this is a really good race. They'll be loving it out there. Nothing like side-by-side racing to really just kickstart your day.
That's Outrigger Australia right there, looking really good.
Yeah, they look strong. Their rating's a bit faster than the two older boats behind them.
They seem to have a nice catch, though. Some big boys in the middle. Like that 3 and 4 are good-sized guys. Good size that
They
kid's
are.
back.
Doesn't this make you want to get out there and paddle?
Every time, but I'm stuck in the dang booth every
Yeah,
time.
me too.
It's all good.
It's all good.
It's
We're
all
sharing
good.
in a different
Happy to play
way.
my part, right? Happy to play my part, do my thing here. Really
Look,
lucky.
Noosa boys have pulled ahead.
You know what has been great, though? I get a front row seat to all of it.
You do.
It's pretty cool. It's
and now
pretty
I do
cool.
as well.
Yeah.
Go Noosa boys.
And you're saying this Noosa team would probably be more like an open entry?
No. The
they're gonna
Noosa
be-
team is Goldens.
Oh, they're Goldens as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, they're Goldens, and they're aiming. All year long, they've been the national or the leaders in every regatta and the national champions in the senior master category.
Nice.
But they actually are full of Goldens. So they raced in senior masters, but most of them are in the category of a Golden. I wonder if the rest of the world is appreciating learning about our names we've given all of our divisions and categories.
It's a little bit different. Every place you go, there's a little bit different divisions on canoes and personnel and different shows. So it's kind of neat to see what works, what doesn't work, and take a little bit from everywhere, and kind of mash it up into what you find works best for you. So kind of cool right here. It looks like they're going to get a bit of a little bit of current in front of them. I think they're trying to stay out of it by hugging the coastline a little bit, as we saw earlier was the case. But man, with only
you got some talented steerers out there that they know water. They know what the currents are doing. They know what the wind is doing. They know how to use the land to give them a bit of protection or a bit of glide. Find that slipstream, as you call it.
Right.
There's a lot of talent right here. This is super exciting watching this.
But I tell you what, man, we're only 20 minutes into this thing. These guys are like at least a third of the way.
They're flying.
They are flying on this course. It looks like the current is with them, or at least they're able to stay out of it. So pretty cool.
So this could be the guys in the orangish shirts that they just showed to the right of the screen. That could be the Five Islands team. It's a little bit dark, kind of hard to tell from here. We'll have our drone back soon, I'm sure. The rain is dissipating. Okay, so the gray boat that says Go Farm is a Northern Beaches. I just heard from one of my buddies down south, and he says gray boat with Go Farm is Northern Beaches. Now, as we spoke about before, it's the Noosa Senior Masters, the Northern Beaches, and the Outrigger Australia that has been in the lead throughout the year in Australia. So it's not a surprise that those three teams are up there. Five Islands is from New South Wales as well, and they are in a younger category. So we'll see where it all lands, but it's looking good.
Yeah, these guys are cooking right now. I'm loving watching this. It is fun. The backdrop, of course, is beautiful, as we've noticed all day long here. And I'm really, even though it's overcast skies, now it seems like the wind has broken. But what they're going to find is some wind now, certainly on the course, and following them down into the finish line. There's a lot of wind coming into the finish line, which will be in favor of our paddlers. Like if you turn around and look outside, Gina, the flags are blowing.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. You guys can't see it from here, but we are watching our Hamilton Cup flags blowing big time. So these guys are going to come into that finish line at speed. That'll be exciting to watch.
Yeah, so you can see happening right
there.
Here behind us. Now these flags that were just steady state earlier on are blowing. You can even see it in the – sorry, it's hard for me. I was not a weatherman. You know how they know how to work it. My rights and lefts are a little bit mixed up here. But if you look even at this coconut tree here, you see it starting to move around. Yeah, yeah. And so, even that one on Genocide right here behind us. So there's wind now where there wasn't earlier.
That's right.
We've just had a change in the weather, and I've kind of noticed that the last couple of days here on the island, like there's like this midday kind of like a little squall or storm moves in as the weather as the land starts to warm up and stuff. It's kind of interesting, but conditions still look great out on the race course.
Is there a Hawaiian name for that, by the way? The
For what?
ever-changing weather?
The ever-changing weather. I'm sure there is. I'm not.
Go back to your
totally-
Hawaiian language teacher.
I'll get you that. I'll go ask her later and see what she says. Right. I think that's just called weather in Hawaii. It is always changing there too. We have those trade winds that are always trying to mix it up.
Love the trade winds.
But yeah,
The balmy air.
Yeah, it's good a little bit. But they're still cooking. At least from this angle, it looks like they're moving really well.
Okay, great
against
boat.
some
This is
beautiful
the Northern Beaches guys right here. They're chasing down. So Noose is on the left, Northern Beaches is in the middle, and then you've got Outrigger Australia here on the right. But we can't really see who's on the inside. It could be the
Volo mix.
Yeah, it could be the Volo mix.
I wonder where the other Volo team is.
Yes, where are they?
They should be right there. I don't know if they had some kind of mishap or whatnot, or we're going to have to try to
Maybe because it's
dive into that a
half
little later.
Hawaiian and half Australian. They got confused and went the wrong way.
No, I think the straight Volo crew is the one. I think Travis is going to be steering that one today, so we'll see what happens.
Surely he won't be confused.
Yeah. He might be surly, but surely he won't be confused.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, here we go. Team Ozone looking good.
Is that Mike Giblin there in 3?
That's Mike Giblin, exactly.
Nice. Made all the way from Maui. He's paddling with them today, supporting his Ozone Australia gang. I think if you look at Mike's stroke, let's see when he switches over to the other side. He's got great top hand pressure on the back half of his pull. He kind of has a real nice top hand pressure driving down, not necessarily forward, but really driving down. And so nice to see Mike. He's a very accomplished, very experienced paddler, very technical guy. Beautiful paddling by this crew from Ozone. And I don't know if they're necessarily in the lead. I see another crew inside of them that seems to be farther forward, really hugging the coastline there. So I'm not sure if that's a course calculation or recalculation that they need to make. But, yeah, these canoes are moving. Gina, they're really moving.
Look how good this water looks here and the backdrop. Like we are in one of those places that's just heavenly.
Yeah. When you have gentler waters like this, I think it tends to make it a real paddling race.
Absolutely.
Like, how sometimes when it's real rough water, the crews that have rough water experience tend to do better. But when it's just like this, no matter what water you came from, it's like, can you apply, and can you apply as 6?
That's right.
Really seems to matter, and it really kind of bears down to the nitty-gritty about what stroke you have and who's in what position and how the fitness is and how the application. I mean, this is only an hour or so long race for the top men's crew. So
there's Team Noosa to the left, and then Ozone Australia right there. So, yeah, the chinks in the armor show up in these sort of conditions, right?
Right.
So
for sure.
Anything you've got that's not fully working for you is going to show up. So this is where you're right. It's just such a paddler's race in these type of conditions.
For sure. Kind of evens it all out, right? I think like when it's a downwind or it's a surf race or it's a real rough water race, I think there tends to be a little bit of, the crews that have that experience really benefit. Right now it's kind of an even course,
Yeah, anyone can win this right here.
For sure. What would you call this building that we're in?
We're in the Beach Pavilion.
So what's kind of cool is the Beach Pavilion, they were able to put up, I guess that's got to be like a 200-inch screen or something like that. A big screen at the Beach Pavilion, and all those ladies that paddled earlier or some of our other crews that are getting ready to do the mixed race, they're all kind of sitting down and watching the broadcast. I'm not too sure if they can hear us at all. They may be without sound, but man, it's kind of cool that they're watching the race via our live feed that is showing up on the Ocean Paddler Facebook page or on Ocean Paddlers YouTube page, or you can get it on the AOCRA Facebook page or the Hamilton Island Cup Facebook
That's right.
page. So many places to watch it, and this is really a warm up for the big one on Sunday.
And we're lucky to be here in this place of the beach pavilion with all the good vibes and with all the paddlers that are so into this race that they're sitting and watching this men's race from a protected building.
Yep.
They don't have to be in the elements.
Generally, I find Aussies to not be very shy and very, warm and welcoming. And so, a lot of smiles on the beach, a lot of people just coming up to say hi. And I kind of really enjoy that. I don't, many of them I don't know or haven't met before, but it's kind of cool. So, again,
well, they know you. Everyone knows you.
Yeah,
Look, there's Team Bodo.
Yep.
And they're passing outrigger right
okay,
now.
So that's outrigger Australia.
And
right
Team
there.
Noosa. Team Noosa. So Chris Kelly, Kent Cuthbert, Andy Harler, John O'Connor, Brownie, who's a firefighter. We've got a firefighter in the mix.
Good
and then
man,
Bodo,
good man.
Good man. Brownie's a good man. And then Bodo Lenacek steering. And Bodo is an awesome steerer. He's fearless. He knows the water. He can be a little aggressive. He can, sometimes take a line that's going to really cut in and edge people out. But he knows what he's doing, so he can do that.
I like an aggressive steersman. I think
he's German.
More often than not, you need to be, and I don't know if aggressive is the word, but I like
maybe
to use,
assertive.
That's the word I like to use. Assertive.
Yeah, assertive. You're right. That's a better
word.
word.
The same way you want to drive a fire truck, right?
Yeah, that's right.
You want to be clear about where you're going and make it obvious to everyone around you so that they can react.
And
but
not
you're
hesitate.
Hold your line.
Yeah, you can't hesitate.
Yeah, you can't be like, what?
Yeah.
No.
And
get out there and go.
He drives his vehicle like a fire truck.
I'm sure. Siren and all.
Yeah.
Well, he drives his canoe like a fire truck, too.
That's
so
right.
That's good. Nice.
So here's Northern Beaches right here. The Go Farm, that is Northern Beaches. I don't know what they're farming, but it looks to be like they're farming good paddlers.
They're growing them, that's for sure. Some big boys in there, especially that fella in number 4 is a big fella.
His name is Nick. He is a machine, that guy. He actually recently had a complete knee replacement. And he said, I don't know if I can do hemo. And they said, you don't need your knee. Come on.
Yeah,
and
let's
there
go.
he is. There he is.
Well, good for him. And that's what's great about paddling is, as your knees start to go for a lot of these guys that were, rugby or football athletes growing up, this is a great place for them to continue to be active and competitive is in the outrigger.
Now, they even have a workaround for the big race on Sunday. As we know, we're leading up into this epic finish grand finale of the 42-kilometer, where you've got to get in and out of the escort boat, in and out of the canoe.
Right.
And someone that's just had a knee replacement may think, I don't know about that. So they have a plan in place. He's going to do the first 20K and then get out. That's it. No changes, just 20K, rock solid.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not too bad.
It's a good plan.
It's about 12 miles, right? He'll do his 12 and get out.
Yep. So Northern Beaches are always a team to watch. Grant has, as I said, he is good at farming the paddlers because he cultivates them, and he has a rule at his club. If you want to come and be a social paddler, don't come. And he's honest. He says, I am here to
be competitive.
And if you don't want to put in a time trial of 20K on an OC1 for a spot,
this is not the right club for you.
Yeah, this isn't your club.
Wow. Live and direct, right?
Oh, yeah, he's great.
I like that. That's good. At least you know where you stand and what to expect.
That's right. And then other clubs around are cultivating, as Chris Maynard has with his son Jackson and with the other juniors, is they're cultivating that growing of the juniors up through, which is beautiful.
I think you're right. Not only about the sport, but in the club, you got to have good juniors or good keiki, as we say, keiki program.
Yeah,
we call
the
that
keikis.
in Oahu. But
by the way, look at this tight race.
That's nice.
No one's given up here.
It's still early.
Yeah.
It's still early. But what I would say is you get a good kids program by having a good adults program.
That's right.
Because that's where your coaches come from.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's where your paddling families, where mom and dad, everyone paddles. And that's the guts or the middle or the na'au of your club has to come from your adult divisions. And when you have good adults, that's how you get good kids. And once you start getting a good kids program, then you have perpetuation.
Yeah, perpetuation is important.
Or legacy,
and
right?
we need more of that in Australia. So we're going to ask that the one of the things we want to propel forward from this event, the return of this event, is that we can grow our sport with that perpetuation in mind, and we bring more of those younger paddlers through. So that's what we're hoping with events like this.
Yeah, we have to.
Because what person that's in their 20s or 30s doesn't want to do this event?
And I'm going to send a shout out to my 12-year-old. She's on her way to practice right now. So
nice.
Good luck, Polly. Have a good. You're getting ready for their 12s race this weekend.
Oh, that's super fun.
Yeah, she's loving it.
She'll love that.
Absolutely loving paddling, and it's good to be able to share that with her.
Well, so, can I share with you the names of all the fathers, sons, or mothers and sons or daughters that are racing?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. So in this event, we have Bodo Lenacek, who's steering the Noosa Men Senior Master or Golden Masters right now. His son Adler will be joining one of the Noosa teams for the big race on Sunday. And Adler is actually here creating an entrepreneur business selling paddles. So that's pretty cool. Wendy and Vern from Brisbane, their son Zane, and all three, so Wendy, Vern, and Zane, are paddling in all of the races up here. Greg Long is paddling with his son, and he's from Western Australia. Mm-hmm. Chris Maynard and Jackson,
course, right,
from Outrigger, Australia. Lee Payne and Shania from the Gold Coast. Lisa Gooch and Manawa, who are from Brisbane. And then Stephen Massix and Taiwai. Taiwai's Stephen's son from Bayswater. Jeff Webb and his son Jarvis are also in all the races this weekend. Nick Struve and his son Kai are actually in that Northern Beaches crew that we've been watching, that we were talking about how they're farming. But by the way, here's the Team Noosa looking strong. Go CK, go K-Rock, go Bodo.
Nice work.
They're looking good.
Coming around this corner here, hugging the rocks nice and tight.
Yeah, they're doing so good.
The tide has come up a bit, so what is shallow has adjusted, but there's still enough stuff in there to run into. And
they're being edgy. Bodo's driving that like a fire truck.
Yeah, you got to sneak between the cars, right?
That's right.
Beautiful work though by both
they're
of these
creeping
crews.
Up. Yeah, both of these crews are looking sensational. This is good racing. They will be stoked. CK has a really nice, solid rhythm at the front there. Mm-hmm. He's all about long in the water, slow, steady. Seat 2, Kent, he's just the mirror for CK.
Are you able to, just by looking, call out what kind of unlimited that is? Is that a Hydra?
That is a Hydra. So Noosa have brought up 2 Hydras and 2 Malolos, and they've shared their Malolos love with Hawaii. So some of the women are racing the Noosa Malolos. So thank you, Noosa, for offering those up for the Hawaiians.
Nice shot right there along those low cliffs as these canoes continue to round Hamilton Island here in this midday race. It's the men, 16 kilometers, roughly about 10 miles for our non-metric folks out there tuning in. But a good distance and a heck of a race. Conditions look favorable. These canoes are still moving really, really well. And, man, Gino, what a pretty backdrop for paddling. I mean, we always get told keep your head in the boat, right? But it's hard not to look around and see some real nice scenery. But we're getting some intel here that says that 5 islands on the inside a little bit and out front. So our escort boat is not necessarily able to get real tight because they're trying to stay out of the way of some of these other canoes. But we do have a little bit of intel that says 5 islands might be on the inside and out front, but we're not able to confirm that just yet.
It wouldn't surprise me, although the Volo Va'a guys are incredible paddlers. So it'll be interesting to see if they're giving 5 islands a run for their money.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait to the finish. I think we're going to have to wait till they come around in that last sprint into the end.
We're just getting impatient about that right now.
Oh, yeah. But
we want to know.
We are impatient, but they are making it easy on us. Because they are paddling so fast.
Look at this.
That
this is great
finish
racing.
is going to be quick. I mean, look at that, folks. We're only coming up on 40 minutes into this race, and they are not far from the finish at this point. I think we're going to get times down into that 1 hour mark.
It could be a record.
I don't know if there'll be something faster, but that, correct me if I'm wrong, but that tall mountain directly in the background, that's this point right over here, right? That's like
let me have a look.
I mean, it's going to be an angle from the other side, but
yeah,
I think that's
I need a broader view to confirm that, but it could be. They could be pretty close.
Yeah. Not quite sure. I mean,
we
they
lost
still
our
got
drone.
Around. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get it up anytime soon or not.
But this is such good
racing. Oh, that's
racing.
A nice shot.
Yeah,
Look at that.
beautiful. You can see how beautiful the water is and the scenery. Not that these guys are taking in the scenery. They are working hard. This looks like it could be Noosa men, Senior Master men 2. So you got the Golden Master men and then the Senior Master. This is the Northern Beaches right here. The ones that are farming the good paddlers.
Ooh, that stroker. I like that reach.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
He's got a nice catch. Way out front.
So these guys raced.
He's got a big paddle, too. The paddle almost looks too big for him. But he's got nice topside pressure. You know, you look at the back half of his stroke. All of these guys are getting nice top hand pressure.
Yes,
some of these, a lot of paddlers miss.
Yeah, some of these guys were racing at the men's Molokai last year. Okay, so we've got a report that there's 1 or 2 out in front of 5 islands that the film crew have lost. So,
that's might be where everybody is.
That might be where Travis' team.
We'll see. One can only ponder.
One can only ponder. That's right. We're doing lots of surmising here.
We don't have any specifics.
Well, we'll surmise and create visions for you all.
All right, sounds like we're going to be getting our drone up in the air soon, and that is the best tool to confirm who is where. You know, that drone can really reach out and touch you, and so even if the paddlers are a bit ahead from our boat camera, they'll be able to. There we go.
Oh, there it is.
And as you mentioned, there's a couple of crews way up in the distance, and so they're not quite coming around the near point of the island to the finish. But they will be rounding this next head here.
Yeah,
they
look
did
at
stay
these guys.
outside of this bay, and they're coming in. So beautiful work. You can see some texture.
Oh, look at that! Look at the clouds in the background.
Yep, a little bit
and
of stormy
color,
out there.
that
but
canoe.
It's kind of been like that of the last couple of days. Have kind of been like that. You know, in the midday there was some rain and some wetness and some gray skies, but Man, yesterday afternoon was beautiful right about 3-4 o'clock.
It really was. Yeah. Well, we get everything here in Australia.
Sure.
As you do in Hawaii.
Yes.
Look, we've got to acknowledge we all live in glorious places.
Yep.
Now, who do we have here? Looks very dramatic with the clouds in the background and the movement of the water. And, it looks like these paddlers are really enjoying it.
All of these beautiful islands just kind of remind me of Southeast Alaska. You know, we're coming up now to
we want
our
a grizzly
leaders.
bear.
We're going to try and confirm who this might be. Okay, we're working on it. We're
Brisbane.
Working on
Look
it.
at the
No, this is not our leader, but that's Brisbane. They're looking great. All right, we're working. It seems like our drone is a little far from its operator, and so the video feed is kind of coming in splotchy. But we're working on getting our operator close up to the front. And so, because we were staying with the meat of the pack with our cameras on the boat with cameramen, we weren't able to truly finish those 1 or 2 crews that went out in front, and so. There is what looks to be
that
your
looks like just
leader.
island paradise, doesn't it?
Yeah, that looks like a practice run.
Yeah.
When you're that far ahead, you're just practicing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paradise right there. They match the water with
Yeah.
their nice blue shirts.
I think I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that is, I'm gonna guess that's our gang from Volo.
I'm going to guess that too.
You know,
I'm with you.
All these Australian crews have been matching up against each other all year long, so they kind of know where they're all going to suss out. But this crew is kind of a little spooky throw together crew from Hawaii, and some great paddlers in here. I would say from Hawaii, but not necessarily a Hawaii crew. You know,
That's right.
Moi Hao is likely stroking. He's Tahitian.
Okay.
And Travis is likely steering.
And he's Australian.
He's Australian.
He's one of ours.
Yeah. So we're spanning everything from Australia to Tahiti and everything in between, right?
That's a beautiful Pacific world.
See, yeah, that's definitely Moi Hao
Yeah.
stroking. So Moi
So
Hao's got that classic Tahitian stroke. It's a big, long reach and a drive through the water. He is a tall guy. Did you see him here? You were able to meet him?
Yeah, he's so tall.
Yeah, he's big. So Moi Hao stroking
He's
out
quite
there.
striking,
and
ladies.
you can juxtapose that to this stroke. Maybe a little bit smaller guys, but a quicker stroke through the water.
Which serves them,
Yeah,
right?
It's working for them. They're definitely moving quick, but you can see.
Oh, look at this. Here we go.
Yeah, there's Moi Hao.
That is one beautiful stroke. Look at them go.
So let's try to see who is who in here.
Nice long
I
reach.
think that's certainly Moi Hao
Yeah.
in one.
That looks
I
to be
think that's
Travis style in the back. It looks
Keakua
Travis.
Nolan, I think, looks to me to be in seat 3.
Danny Ching.
Maybe
Danny 4.
Maybe Danny's in 5.
Well, we're
Yeah,
watching magic in
it's-
action right here.
It's
Look at
challenging. It's challenging to
Beautiful.
to see who is who. Hayden Ramler's in there. He might be in 4. You know, sorry if we're not getting you you gentlemen called right. In my experience, these guys don't really care much as long as they're winning.
Yeah, that's
but,
right.
But they look great. They're
They
on
look
a
amazing.
brand new set of broad reach paddles out there. Beautiful paddling from these men, and man, what a way to
And
work!
sponsored
they look good.
by Volo Va'a.
Yeah, Volova'a from in Hawaii. So they're doing good. They're on a I think that is that a Matahina? Not quite sure. I'm hard for me to tell it from this angle. No, I think that's a Puakea, like you mentioned earlier.
I
That
think
might be
it's
a Puakea boat.
I think it's a Hydra.
Is it?
Oh, it's hard to tell from here.
It is hard to tell. Do you have a crew list for them as well? We're going to try to look one up.
I'm just looking it up now. We'll give you a report. Hang on.
I'm also curious to see who's that behind them in second. Trying to guess.
So we've had a report that there's likely 2 canoes ahead of this group.
Yeah, and that's this. That's these guys.
That's
the
these
2
guys.
that
So
are
we're-
ahead
we're
are these
there
guys.
now.
And I'd like to see who's second place right behind them would be kind of cool. And I think we're going to get some assistance with that from Patrick, our drone operator.
What we can tell you is that these crews are looking amazing, and they've got fast. They're just got speed. They're speed demons.
Yeah, you really can tune the stroke to the crew that you have. Okay, this looks like a Hydra.
Okay,
We're
so
not sure who this is. So I'm thinking that's probably Hayden, Kua, Danny, Travis, David, and Moi Hao is stroking out there. So
in the 40s, they're in the 40s division.
yeah, 40s division, but they are leading overall. I'm curious who this is here. Who do you think this is, Gina?
This looks like Ozone, one of the Ozone boys, because you've got 2 Ozone teams out there.
Right.
And then you've got a combo Ozone Volo Va'a. So you've got a lot of tough competition out there for this field. So, look, it's anyone's game right now.
Totally. Real quick time check. We are just about 45 minutes into this race, just past.
So we've got confirmation that they are paddling a Malolo. We've got Danny Ching in seat 5. As you said, you recognize his stroke, and he is the seat 5. And Greg Long's crew, Greg Long is the steerer of this crew.
Got it. Got it. Not sure who this is here. Like you're saying, this is the ozone, right? Might be. They have that like kind of putty colored. Yeah. And just confirm that Volo is in a Puakea Malolo. So good. Never lose the eye yet. I think this double canvas here is the Hydra. You see how there's...
Yeah, that's the Hydra.
That's a Hydra.
Good pickup.
Yeah. And it's a little bit shorter boat.
Yeah, it's interesting design, isn't it?
That way it can fit in the container.
Yeah. And unlike the Matahinas, they don't have to like cut off the end of it and then put it back on.
Yeah. Ugh. Gosh.
Matahina is a good craft, though.
Yes.
But how do they set up with the unlimited or the lightweight divisions in Hawaii?
It's just one big open division.
Okay.
You're either Hawaiian spec boat, which is 400 pounds, or you're something else. There's only two divisions.
Just two.
Yeah.
That's smart.
So they, a Matahina will be up against a Hydra, up against a Malolo. It's all the same. I know you guys have a differentiation on weight. I think that
we don't for this race, but we usually do.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the Tahitians, they seem to like a canoe that's just about 300 pounds, and they're kind of gearing that really to an open men's crew.
Okay.
Whereas the Malolo or the Hydra or an ozone canoe can be really light. They can make them like 150 pounds.
Yeah. For the Australians,
sometimes that's an advantage.
Yeah.
Sometimes in really crazy or mixed up water, you can get
thrown about,
pushed all over the place, right?
Yeah.
You don't have the
don't
drive,
have the
but I
weight.
know that that was a Volvo boat.
That was,
there.
yeah.
You don't have the drive but once I have heard that Hydra lines up on a downwind course, man, it can really surf.
So to translate for the Australians, 300 pounds is roughly 125 kilograms, and
400 is what, about 150 kilograms?
170. Roughly. We're not doing maths, though, are we?
Yeah. Yep, there's Moihao there. Sorry, folks, we're getting limited feedback here, but are we going to go with this is our leader?
They look to be our leader, but we can't confirm it. But I love watching them paddle, so I'm glad that we're able to see this, and I'm sure you all are as well.
Yeah, that's. Big stroke. Yeah, we're back. Sorry about that, folks. We were just talking about Danny Ching's stroke, and for a little bit, I mean, Danny is what, maybe 5'7", 5'8". He's not a big fella.
Let's give him 5'9". He'll like that.
Yeah. Then he's really going to know that I'm his friend. But he really has a big, what we call a window. We like to call that the window. When you're reaching out and that window that you create between your top and bottom arm is real big, and you can look through it. That's a big window. He's got a big window.
In Australia, we call it the A-frame, but I kind of like the window better.
Yeah,
I'm going to start calling it the window.
A little bit of vernacular here, right?
Yeah, I'm going to take it a page out of your book.
Here's my question for you as an Australian. When we talk about vernacular. The back of the car where you keep all your stuff, the back of the sedan in America, we call that the trunk.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And so now they have, and here they call it the boot.
It's the boot.
Okay. So now the new Teslas, they don't have an engine in the front, right?
Right.
So you have another space in the front to which to. So in America, we call that the front trunk or the frunk. They call it a frunk.
The frunk.
They call it a frunk. So similarly, now a Tesla in Australia, a front boot, would you call it the fruit?
I would call anything Tesla the fruit. Yeah, I would. And in fact, I don't
would it
think
be a fruit?
I'd call it a fruit.
I was told they call it the bonnet.
Look, technically they call it the bonnet, but I'm going with fruit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The front boot.
Fruit. I'll call it the Fruit Loop.
the Fruit Loop, right? Oh, man. Down here in Australia, they're real fond of their diesel, I'll tell you that.
They are.
Yeah, real fond of their, what are those Toyota trucks that they had?
The Rev4s or
the pre-runners or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, they love those.
Australians love their diesel.
We have their Tacomas back in America, but here they have like that little one with the snorkel exhaust and the snorkel intake. And,
yeah.
The Hilux.
Yeah.
Yes, they love their Hilux.
The Hilux, yeah. And the thing is that we've got big surfaces and broad surfaces, and Australia is such a big country. Like just Queensland itself. People think, I'll just go to Queensland and I'll see the Gold Coast, I'll see the Sunshine Coast, and I'll see Cairns. Well, that's not really possible unless you have a month.
Yeah. It's big. It's a big area.
It's big.
Yeah, and that's great, I think. Have a lot of open space to run about.
Oh, yeah.
To go on a walkabout.
That's right. We like walkabouts. Walkabouts are good.
But a walkabout when you've got spiders and poisonous snakes, and I don't know. We're pretty spoiled in Hawaii. Speaking of spoiled, look at this water these fellas are racing in.
Beautiful water.
It's pretty.
I want to get out there. Should we do the mixed? Let's just discard this gig and do the mixed.
It's going to be, pardon me?
Should we just discard this gig and go do the mixed?
Yeah. It looks pretty fun. I mean, 10 miles is not too bad.
All right, you're going to have different commentators for the mix because we're racing now. Just kidding.
Anybody be better than us. No, it looks like fun conditions. But speaking of conditions, we're going to throw it out to our Ocean Life gang, Mel, on the boat.
We are here with the Open Men, Mastermen, Senior Mastermen for their 16-kilometre race, and what a race it has been. We have had all the different weathers out here. We've had pouring rain, but these guys have just made it all the way to the end. And such power, such strength here. Right behind me, I'm not quite sure who this crew is, but they have maintained second place the whole way, right behind the Bolivar team. Third place coming in behind them is unofficially Five Islands, and then there's a nice cluster of Australian teams right behind those guys. I think the racing conditions have been pretty good for them out here for this. Everyone's hugged in nice and tight to the islands most of the way, so it's been very exciting out here for our team. We'll stick with these guys to the end and watch them as they come over the line.
There's our leaders.
All right, guys, back to you in the studio.
All right, Mel, perfect. Thank you for that update from the water. And so we do have confirmation that they are fairly close to a finish line right here. And just to recount what you said, confirmation that Volo, that team from Hawaii that's made up of Tahitians and Australians and just a mashup of paddlers, which is what we love, they're running in first place. I want to say that crew that she was next to was Ozone.
It looked to be Ozone to me.
It looked like Ozone, and then she mentioned that Five Islands was in third place. And
so, that's not surprising that Five Islands is right up there with those guys.
Yeah, so that's what we're going unofficially is our top three crews here in the 16-kilometer race. Again, we are just about 55 minutes into this race, and within the next 10 minutes, I'm going with we're going to have a finish. You can see they're just come around that corner. If that is that Volo race gang, they are just straight down the middle. And working their way in. I would love to get up nice and close and see if they're able to be surfing at all. But they continue that nice, big, deep stroke. You're going to see that those personnel they have in the engine room are just big boys. There's some big boys when you meet them on the beach. And they are just horsing this canoe. It looks great. Great stuff from this Volo gang. Again, that beautiful Tahitian stroke from Moihau in the front. And Travis, their man with what we call the LK. He's got the local knowledge.
Yes,
he's got the LK for down here in Aussie. And so he's steering this crew on their way into the finish line. But nice work by these boys. You can see them kind of tapping the front and trying to get into some of this surf here.
Travis steered this race when he was like 20 years old. Now he's coming back and he's 40.
Yeah. Yep. This is a 40s crew right here.
Yeah, so look at that. Through juniors all the way up and in this epic location.
A little bit shallow water. You can see them as they're coming in across. Though, as we mentioned earlier, the The water has filled in here. The tide is coming up, and it's going to continue to do so throughout the afternoon. And looking for definitely a higher tide in our mixed race in the near future. That one kicking off at 2 p.m. So maybe in another half an hour or so, we're going to take a break from our broadcast once we have the majority of our men's finishers across the line.
We may have to move that mixed race to an earlier time slot because these boys are going to finish really early.
I want to say that might be Hayden Ramler in 2. I thought the Keakua Nolan in 3. I'm not sure who that is in 4. He doesn't have that typical same stroke like those guys. But yeah, that's certainly cool. You look at that big reach that he has. A lot of V1 paddling by those boys in the off days. And second place looks to be Ozone here coming across. Yep, and they're in a white Hydra right there. So what crew is this going to be?
The Hydra weighs 47 kilograms.
And we just got confirmation Hayden Ramler is in seat 2. If you ever met these guys in person, guys like him, Mario Mausio, even Kua is a tall guy, but Hayden's a big fella. And so they got some muscle in that engine room, and they're just stretching it. That's definitely cool in 3, though. I love watching him paddle. And you look at Danny. I mean, he's every part of 10 inches, or I don't know, whatever the conversion in centimeter is, shorter than Moihao, but his reach is so big for a smaller guy, and he's just known for that. You even watch him in his OC1. He always talks about a big grab. Beautiful stuff. I love the way, if you want to watch seat 3, how Kua releases water on the back half of his stroke. He really kind of lets it go and lets the canoe run. And that's what they're doing here, folks. That is definitely what they're doing here. It's, Moihao, Kua, Hayden, in this race here. Beautiful. But look at that big open reach. Beautiful stuff.
And again, a nice, slow, long stroke. They're just in the glide. The glide.
Right here,
these
picking
guys.
up. You feel them? Boom, boom, boom,
Yeah,
boom. Picking
getting
up.
on a bump.
Nice little surf. Now watch Moihao stretch again.
Travis will be saying, dance with it, boys. Dance with it. That's what he says. Dance with it.
Travis chose his 40s well.
Yeah, he did. He chose his 40s well.
Nice.
That's a good shot
here
with the escort boat out there.
Gives you an idea of how quick they're running.
Yeah, look at that.
And the gap that they put on the second crew, but more importantly, look at the gap that both of these crews put on the rest of the pack, right?
It's incredible.
So Five Islands was in front, and as Mel mentioned, 4th, 5th, 6th, there's kind of a pack back there. You know, that's a couple minutes of paddling, and at this rate, that's far.
Yeah.
A couple of minutes of paddling this fast is far.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Look at that. They're
Look at
coming
that, boy.
into the finish
And
right
look
now.
how easy they're working. You know, they just have a little bit of that kick in the front, kick, and a nice release out the back. Look at
it's
Hayden.
beautiful.
Big boy. He's applying, it's kind of like the difference between a knockout punch where you're really trying to follow through, or just a little quick snap at the top of your jab. You know what I mean? Where these guys are just whacking it at the front and driving it through. Beautiful stuff, and just letting the canoe run, letting inertia do its thing.
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it?
It's
Letting it
all
run.
about efficiency. And you put together power and efficiency over distance or time, and you're going to be in the lead.
You're going to have speed.
Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Golly.
Yeah, I
like
could
you
watch
said,
these guys
paddling
paddle
plenty.
all day.
But you can also tell they're all from different crews. That guy in 4, I think he's from Australia. I don't know who that might be.
That would be, let's see, if it's not Moho?
It's David.
Oh,
sure.
yeah, David. That's David. That is, he is from Hawaii. David is from Hawaii, but he's not usually in their crew.
Nice stuff, though. Nice
But good
work.
pickup that you can see that subtle difference in what he's doing.
Yeah. I mean, Danny's got that Lanakila stroke that they have in California. But right now, they just turned it on.
Yeah.
Right? So this is they're coming into the finish. There's nothing to work, and they're going. And, Danny's like, have we even started yet? Danny's just warming up, and he's like, I'm going to crush this going into the finish line.
Yeah,
he's whipping him from the back. That's the kind of guy you want behind you.
As a steerer, I would love to have him as my seat 5.
Yep.
Good pick by Trav, putting him in 5.
Well, he needs to be able to see over somebody, right?
That's right. That's a good point.
Yep, and here they come into the finish. Nice work by the gang from
yeah.
Bolo Va'a.
Congratulations,
Yeah, gang.
guys.
Beautiful race.
That was very
Beautiful. Just kind of really nice, easy paddling by these gang. Beautiful stuff.
David.
Nice work. Nice work. Beautiful stuff. I really think people underestimate the finish and the release on the blade. You know, certainly you've seen the commercials that we're running here about Va'a Vitals, and that's one of the things that David Tepava, the head coach of Shell Va'a, the best crew in the world, something he really talks about.
Second place
that
right
finish
here.
Of it. Yep. Second place, that's going to be, I think, Ozone.
That's
Outrigger.
Ozone.
And they're right behind. Beautiful race by this
Stimo.
gang. Yes.
Stimo from Western
that's
Australia.
A Hydra, hey. Yep. Nice work.
Oh, look, they're showing us.
Shaka Cam, they know.
Yep,
They know.
They know.
Beautiful
Congratulations.
work.
And
But-
now,
But
who's going to be third?
take a look I'd love to see a drone. I'd love to see a drone perspective. I'd love to see a drone perspective of how far back that second pack is.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
Because they're really coming around the corner here when our top two crews have already finished.
Wow.
So we're at the finish line with the drone looking back to that high peak.
They're not
there.
quite at that point,
yeah,
are they?
and so your next crew is all the way back here. See that? And then so that's third place. That's going to be 5 islands. And then that little pack of 3 or 4 behind them, they're going to be sussing out the rest of them.
Yeah,
but
probably
but,
Noosa,
but
Outrigger.
Look how far.
And Northern
That's a lot of
Beaches.
water, folks.
That
that's a
is.
lot of water. But, just goes to show you that long, efficient stroke is beauty, man. It's beauty.
Yeah, 5 islands right here.
Much quicker stroke. Not quite the size of the reach of the other crews, but beautiful stuff nonetheless. Great work by 5 islands here. Nice stroke. Nice stroke. Loving what they're doing. Steersman still looking for a little energy right there. Nice work.
These guys
good
race.
on you, Steersman. Right on. That guy's working his way all the way to the finish. I mean, they're not going to get second, and they got to really blow it to get fourth. But still, yet there's pressure coming into the finish line. Now that's some gamesmanship.
They don't give
from this
up.
crew. Yeah.
They don't give up.
Nice work, 5 islands. Great to
Yay,
go.
5 islands. They did the Molokai crossing last year.
Yep. Congratulations. And as you mentioned, they're from kind of even
New South
farther south than Sydney.
Yeah.
Okay. What we might call cold water paddling.
I would call it cold water paddling. Yeah, absolutely.
All of this is cold water paddling for me.
So here's Noosa, but this looks to be like the Noosa Masters
Noosa
men,
Masters
not
here.
the Noosa Goldens men.
Right now, folks, we're checking out like the middle back
So,
of
so
the
by the
pack
way,
of paddlers.
that crew, the 5 Islands crew, that's the coach Stuart Woodger, who's grooming those young guys. So those guys are 20s and 30s, and they are just paddling so well.
All right, we're coming in. This
Good
is
job,
4th
Stu.
place right here. Is this your boys from Outrigger, Australia?
If they're wearing black, yes.
I think this is OA, Outrigger, Australia. In 4th place. Nice work.
They have
this
smooth
is
rhythm here.
This is a junior Masters crew or senior Masters crew?
They would be senior.
Wow. I mean, yeah, you might think, you're 4th place, way behind all of those Hawaii boys, but these guys' average age here is between 50 and 60. There's some older fellas in there.
Hey, Gon, we're just getting a report. This might be the young.
This might be the young boys?
This
Okay.
might be the young boys.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. It's the Australian Outrigger Juniors.
Oh, juniors, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
4th place juniors.
Thank you for that correction. And mahalo to everybody that's sending info over to Gina to get us the up-to-date info. We're going to be keeping an eye out for 5th and 6th place. We're not quite sure who that might be.
Well, Sunset Bay, Noosa, Northern Beaches.
Nice work. They're coming around. They're ready to come around the point here, just a few kilometers from the end. And as we had guessed, right about the hour mark for our top finishing crew, I didn't get.
Yeah, those guys have been flying.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Greg Long steering the third place position, which was 5 islands, and all of those young 20 and 30 years old. Like, that's brilliant. Good on Woodger.
That's pretty cool.
Good on Longy. Team Cronulla? Now, Cronulla is from New South Wales.
It could be a borrowed boat, too. You just don't know, right? But good effort on these guys nonetheless. We're going to try to see if Mel can get us a report on who's 4th and 5th place.
Yeah, we'd like to have that.
We didn't quite have that on video, but we do know, actually more like 5th and 6th place. We had Volo winning handily, followed by Ozone, 5 Islands with a great effort in 3rd place. Outrigger Australia, which looked like their younger crew, finishing over in 4th.
This looks like Brisbane's younger crew right here.
Brisbane, the young lads from Brisbane.
Yeah, the young lads from Brisbane.
And just as a reminder, we're going to be coming offline here shortly, wrapping up our coverage of the men's race, and then taking a break till 2 p.m., where we have the start of the women's, our Waihine's race. So hopefully you stick with us.
We've got the mix.
Mix.
Yeah,
we've
got the mix.
Thank you for the correction.
That's okay.
Mixed race.
You've had to correct me
give our
throughout
men,
the day.
That's all good. That's why they call it a team, right?
Yeah, that's right.
We're watching and backing each other up.
That's right. We got each other's backs.
But yeah, definitely. Some of these men will race again, as will some of the women who raced this morning at 9. So.
Absolutely. So the mixed race will be exciting. In Australia, the mixed division is very popular. So I know it's not as big of a deal over in Hawaii or other places, but in Australia it's become quite it's become sometimes the largest entry group of our races.
Looking good. Here's
Molly Mook.
Molly Mook.
Molly
Nice,
Mook. That's a good name, isn't it?
Where the heck is that?
Molly Mook, I believe, is northern Queensland, but I could be completely wrong, so I'm not even going to guess.
That's great.
I'm an Australian, and I don't even know.
Are you aware how many canoe clubs there are in Australia?
Yes,
roughly?
I do know the answer to that. There are 102 outrigger canoe clubs in Australia.
Holy smackers! That sounds like way more than Hawaii. I wouldn't think we have 102. Okay. 5th and 6th was Northern Beaches and a Brisbane crew with 2 19-year-olds out of. Yeah, but I think a 19-year-old is a benefit, not a detractor.
Yeah, definitely a benefit. Northern Beaches did really well to be 5th and 6th.
Okay, we got a treat right now. We got Mel with us from Paddle Life, and she's got a quick interview from the water with our winning crew from Volo. She's coming up to you. So, Mel, get us with the champions. What do they have to say?
Hey, guys, we are coming to you live from the finish line with the winners of the men's 16 kilometres, Volo. Tell us how that race went down.
Oh, that race went great. There was a lot of ups and downs in the race, but we made it through with each other. We just stayed solid, and we just believed in each other, and then we just kept paddling and just worked together. It was great to be here, and thank you guys.
Thank you so much, guys. These boys kept a solid lead the whole way through that race, so congratulations. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right. That was none other than Keakua Ka'ava Nolan. He is from the Big Island of Hawaii, and if he looks familiar to you, he was part of that Live Strong team that would come here and dominate during the Sydney Harbor Challenge.
There's a new cement.
Yep. And so that's Keakua Nolan. He's usually a man of few words. I can't believe Mel got him to speak. Pretty cool. I thought she would have got with Travis there and let him kind of tell us all about it. But nice work there.
Yeah, it would have been good to hear from our Aussie-American
Hawaiian, right? What's going on here? A little bit of tappy tap.
Yeah,
right?
this is good. Make for an exciting finish for these guys. So that's the Noosa Mastersmen. Oh, sorry, no, Noosa Senior Mastersmen.
Yep, and they've come across the finish there. Congratulations, Noosa. Nice race out there. Nice race out there for. And as we continue to watch our crews come across the line, what a great day of racing here. Okay, great. Well, we're gonna see if. So, yeah, great. We're continue to have these crews coming across the line. We'll try to stay here at the finish line where you can
isn't
watch
that beautiful?
your local club, your favorites finish here at day 2 at Hamel, the 16-kilometer race. Who's that there?
This beautiful orange and yellow canoe is Paliva'a. Now, Paliva'a are a suburb of Brisbane, so they're not too far from here. They're also in the Sunshine Coast. For those of you that don't live in Australia, Sunshine Coast is quite a beautiful place to live. These guys paddle in a bay that can be a bit precarious.
Pali as in?
Paliva'a.
P-A-L-I?
P-O-L-Y. P-O-L-Y.
Pali as in Polynesian?
Yeah.
I would think it would be.
Yeah, Polynesian va'a.
Guided by the paint job on the front of their va'a there.
Yeah, I'm wondering why is that canoe stopped there?
No idea. Maybe they're trying to check the course. Or maybe they're trying to have a talk with that escort boat there. And finish line. I think they went out and came back and they're just cruising.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Let's hope they already finished and they didn't just stop before the finish line.
I think that was Volova pulling up next to our camera boat, honestly. I think that was Volova.
Might be an interview coming.
Yeah, another interview coming.
That could be good.
Looking forward to that. Congratulations to Pali Va'a finishing here. Nice race, fellas.
And it's still, an hour 15 since we began.
Man,
so good time.
So this would have been the finishing time for the women, the winners in the women's division. But actually, you never know, right? Because, I'm not trying to compare apples to apples. The women race during totally different water.
They did, yeah. So. And it will probably be totally different when it comes to the mixed race in a couple hours.
Right. So ever-changing conditions here in Hamilton. Ever-changing conditions here in Hamilton Island, and we are just excited to watch the finish of that race with Volova making it look smooth. Right behind them, a great effort from the gang in Ozone, and behind them, Five Islands.
They're fantastic paddlers.
They did a great job finishing up the top 3. We're not quite sure, I think, who the other finishers were. We're going to go with maybe Outrigger Australia, the younger,
Northern Beaches.
The younger lads. Northern Beaches is right in that
Noosa.
group. And Noosa. So that's some great work out there on the water today. We may have yet one more interview from the water with our friend Mel from Paddle Life.
So.
And so we're going to try to wrap that up shortly here, and we'll be back certainly at 2 o'clock for the mixed race. Gina, any takeaways on this race or comparisons to the water that the women had versus what the men saw?
Look, it seems that the women had lower tide, a little bit more current to contend with. The boys had it a little bit easier, I'm going to call that.
The tide was certainly fuller. This morning, the tide was really coming in. It was kind of more of that tide change, that time where the water's just starting to really rush in. It looked like it had calmed down a little bit this afternoon, and you could tell with the rain, that kind of made that happen as well.
Yeah.
But also,
I'm going to call that the boys got it too easy.
Yeah, but the men's crews certainly made that little surf run at the end look a little more doable.
Yeah.
Made that really kind of pull in. And as you can see, we continue to have more crews finish here. Hopefully you'll be able to see your friends and family coming across the line there. A lot of our senior and platinum masters paddlers coming across the line there. All right, so as promised, we have one more interview from the water by Mel from Paddle Life. Mel, where are you at? We're ready. What's going on, girl? Who you got? What's the story?
And guys, right with me today, we have the
Oh,
Golden
Team Bodo.
Masters men team from
And that's
Noosa.
Brownie, the firefighter.
We're going to have a quick chat with Bodo and see how that race went down.
Nice.
All right, it was a great race. We had a perfect start and just tried to stay up with that lead pack the whole way. Had a few good runs, a few good battles with Chris Maynards and the Ozone boys and whatever else. And really proud of my crew. We're all a full club crew, no ring-ins or outsiders. We all train together, live in Noosa, and a really good run.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. You kept us solid in that top 10 the whole way around that island. So congratulations and enjoy the recover.
She should interview CK.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
All right. Mel's got her shaka down. You know, it's actually really like.
Yeah, she's a natural.
Use that shaka, so good.
Is she part
good
Hawaiian?
I'm going with no based on skin color alone.
And here's the Brisbane crew.
There's a Brisbane crew. We're gonna stay with
again a full club canoe, no ring-ins.
Yep, we're gonna stay with you for a couple more minutes here, giving you some great footage of the final canoes coming across the line here at the men's race. Wrapping up, coming in shortly. Okay. All right. So
I can tell you all of our safety boats today. Oh, that's right.
Okay, right back. Okay, all of our safety boats today?
Yeah, so Tukey Brown is our on-the-water guy for this event. Without Tukey, we couldn't be doing what we're doing. And he has 6 other boats as well as his own out there. And he's got a spotter and a driver in every one of those boats. And they are all over the safety of this event. And I can tell you with the lead-up and the winds, there was 20 to 30 knot winds in the 2 days before we all arrived. So people were worried, like, is this going to blow us up? Are we going to have a lot of incidents out there? My guess is Tukey and the team that are out there looking after everyone's safety are feeling really pleased that our entry back into Hamo has been smooth and doable for everyone out there, from the opens to the platinums to the, I don't know, what are we going to go after platinum? Diamonds? The diamonds? We'll go 80s. 80s is over the platinum.
Yeah, I mean, it's happening. We're seeing more and more older paddlers and older, and nobody's stopping him. Look at Nappy Napoleon.
Yeah.
You couldn't get him out of the canoe with a pry bar. But,
No.
you know, they just keep paddling, and that's the beautiful part about this sport. It's
That's
something
right.
you can do your whole life. It's something you can come to later in life. You know, like we talked
Exactly.
about a lot of these rugby players or soccer players that their knees are just shot.
Yeah.
And they can get in a canoe and be competitive and feel the rush of competition, get the great exercise, and be vibrant and healthy, and it's great. So,
Yeah.
good
Well, thanks to
see
you guys,
yeah.
Promotion Paddler, because you guys make this sport more exciting because people get to see what it's really all about rather than just that leave and come back and you don't see anything.
I'm pumped up, man.
Yeah.
I love watching paddling. I love paddling, but I love the fact that it's just being part of this incredible team where we're able to make paddling a spectator sport.
It's
so it's kind of fun
awesome.
because we were talking about, you know, back in the day when I was a kid, you know, you went to the beach, the canoes paddled away, and you just kind of hung out and waited
Yeah.
until somebody came back.
happens
you know,
now?
we get to see the ins and outs, and I think hopefully it's been something where people can watch, learn, grow, incorporate other things. Like we did today, watch those guys from
Yeah.
wow, how are they paddling? That's something I can incorporate into what I do.
That's right.
You
It's
know, and
inspiring.
so it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool to watch all of that, and so you know, it's been a fun ride that continues here at Hamilton Island. Thanks again, Gina, for bringing us down for the Hamilton
Absolutely.
Island Cup, and we're gonna wrap up our broadcast for the men's 16 kilometer. We're gonna be back right about 2:00.
Yep,
Take
2
about an hour and a half break. We'll be back right about 2:00 for the mixed race,
Yep.
and we're looking for that to be great out there. And mahalo again to Tukey and the gang, keeping all of our paddlers
thank you,
safe
Tukey.
out there in the water. And
Yeah.
they're also the ones that are transporting our cameraman and
Yeah.
Mel and the drone
job.
the drone driver and all of those
Yeah.
guys. So they are not only safety, but they're part of our crew here at
That's
Ocean
right.
Paddlers. So
They're
thanks
essential.
Tukey for getting that together. So we'll be back right about 2:00 with more action from here at the 2026 Hamilton Island Cup. Be
See you
back.
later.
We'll see you then.
The 2026 Hamilton Island Cup by Australian Outriggers, Moving Oceans, is presented by Tourism and Events Queensland, Queensland, Australia, and supported by Ozone Australia, Va'a Vitals, and produced for TV by Ocean Paddler TV and Paddle Life TV.
It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Hello.
The 2026 Hamilton Island Cup by Australian Outriggers, Moving Oceans, is presented by Tourism and Events Queensland, Queensland, Australia, and supported by Ozone Australia, Va'a Vitals, and produced for TV by Ocean Paddler TV and Paddle Life TV.
It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Hello, I'm David Tepava, Master Coach and Captain of the world's best team, Va'a. I'm here to show you my secrets, which are included in the new series.
All right, we're back from our commercial break here. Welcome to the final event of the day here. It's Friday at the Hamilton Island Cup, and I'm lucky to be joined by Gina here. She's our race coordinator, race organizer, and we've just had a start of our mixed race, as you can see on your screen right now. I'm Kala'i Miller from Ocean Paddler, and we hope you're joining us via the many opportunities you have to see this race live. So you're going to see us on the Ocean Paddler Facebook or YouTube page, AOCRA Facebook page, and of course Hamilton Island Cup Facebook page. And today is day 2 of events here at the Hamilton Island Cup. And this is the last event of the day. This is our mixed 16-kilometer circumnavigation of Hamilton Island. And Gina, the conditions have changed all throughout the day.
All throughout the day. It's been so interesting to watch such varied conditions over these 3 races on the same location.
Yeah. So, nice and sunny this morning, kind of mellow. Picked up a little bit for the guys. There was some surf to be had. And now the rain has come in this afternoon. But Gina, I love paddling in the rain. It definitely keeps the overheating at bay, and you don't get as thirsty because you're not sweating as much. But looks great out there. And so these again are our mixed crews, made up of 3 men, 3 women, and they're out for blood. They're going at it. We've had some really fast times today. Our women's crews, the top crews, were able to finish this 16-kilometer, roughly 10-mile course in about 1:15, and the men, I believe, were right about the hour mark, maybe a couple of minutes past. So pretty fast for 10 miles.
Yeah, those are really fast times for this particular race as well, because this race is known for its epic conditions. But the weather gods have been kind to us today for our entry back into the Hamilton Cup. And the teams we want to race or want to watch in this race will be Burley Point again, because they've got solid men and solid women combined together.
Okay.
And then we've got the Gold Coast once again, who, in fact, we can see Gold Coast right now on the screen. We also have a New Zealand team to have a good look at. And the Hikili from North Queensland, they're another good one. So we've got to watch these. There's some unknowns, of course, but the teams that we know have been putting in some red-hot mixed crews are Burley, Gold Coast, New Zealand, and Hikili.
Okay, great. I'm going to make note of that. And so we're going to be looking for these teams. Do you think some of the women that were in the top crews earlier are back here again?
Yeah, there'll be some of the women and some of the men backing it up. So some of these paddlers will be doing twice around this island, so they can't get enough of it.
Of course. And, as Gina has mentioned, this is atypical weather pattern here for the Hamilton Cup. It's kind of calm. Not a lot of wind, seas fairly, I would call this light seas for sure. But historically, that's not what the Hamo has been about. I've heard stories from the likes of guys like Andy Penny outside where he was sitting in seat 2 and waves crashing over the front of the canoe trying to take him out. So it's pretty interesting to hear about the varied conditions. But I think, as a warm-up for Sunday, a lot of our paddlers are stoked to be enjoying this kind of more mild conditions at this point, especially with a mixed crew where, you might have a lot of platinum, as we call them, men and women out there today. And so definitely giving them a chance to get out there in conditions that aren't too crazy is nice.
Yeah, I also think for the newcomers to this island, because so many of these paddlers have heard all of the stories of the 37 years of this event, and they maybe came onto the paddling scene less than 10 years ago, so they never got a chance to experience what the rest of us talk about all the time. And everything's about, remember at Hamo, that time when we were up in the air and we couldn't find water, and then we needed a snorkeling mask, and there's so many stories of adventure here.
Yeah.
And the newcomers.
Honestly, Gina, I've heard just as much about the rough conditions during the race at Hamo as I have heard about the rough conditions in the after race festivities.
Well, we don't talk about those things.
Yeah, what happens in Hamo stays in
exactly.
Hamo. Is it one of those things?
Yeah,
okay.
we don't go into
but
that.
It's certainly it has been great for me to meet some new folks here and reconnect with some of the brothers and sisters from back home in Hawaii, and just had some great talk story sessions and laughs and reminiscing, and man, it has been. And we haven't really even gotten to the meat and potatoes of the fun here
Not yet.
And so it's been great so far. Just our whole Ocean Paddler crew just enjoying our time down here on Hamilton Island.
Well, we're so happy to have you here, and we couldn't do this without you guys, as well as the support from Tourism and Events Queensland and, of course, Australian Outrigger Canoe Racing Association.
Yep.
They have been incredibly supportive of bringing this event back, and we're just thankful.
Yep, as well as everybody here at Hamo, and I want to send a shout-out to my cousin Kai Millen. He's runs that Paddle Life here in Australia. And I don't know how you could get our names any closer, but not being the same. But from Paddle Life, and they're helping us out on the escort boat with some interviews and stuff. So
here we
go.
Of Gold We've got two Gold Coast crews side by side. One is being steered by Shania Payne, and I'm not quite sure who's steering the other.
So Shania had mentioned that earlier she was not in the canoe. This is her first race of the day.
And this is her.
And Shania's young lady that I got to meet when we were here back in 2019, 2020. She's steering with that red visor there and her hair up in a bonnet, so to speak. I did hear some harrowing tales of canoe collision earlier on from some teams where they in the inside going around this first corner, they had met the rocks with certain parts of their canoe, unfortunately.
Well, that is unfortunate.
It was just scratches, and they were able to finish and go on and finish the race, so it's okay. But we want to make sure the tide has come up, though. So it's deeper water, certainly deeper water, and we'll see if that's going to change conditions much. We're kind of
okay.
Do you know what time the slack tide is here today?
That's a really good question. I can't answer that right now, but I'm really focused on watching that steer in the second Gold Coast canoe. That is not only a legend, but Ryan Pogue from Canada.
Oh, nice.
And he used to work with Mike Gimlin in Hawaii. And he
also
with Ozone. And he ran coaching clinics with the Foti brothers.
Nice.
And he's steering that second Gold Coast crew.
Nice. Legend, Australian legend, Canadian Australian legend.
He's a Canadian Australian legend, and he lives in Australia and currently living in Darwin, which is a really interesting place to move to.
Really? Why?
Darwin's
of nowhere, kind of?
It's the middle of nowhere. It is the outback. Yeah,
nice.
He probably has gone walkabout.
Yeah, he's going on a walkabout.
In fact, you know what? I bet his family don't even know that he's here racing.
Oh,
it's his walkabout.
He just walked out the door in the morning and never came back.
Yeah, mate.
Hilarious.
And then he's gonna hop on his little kangaroo wallaby.
Yeah, we
shouldn't make fun of Aussie, should we?
Hey, well, you're an Aussie.
Well, I'm an American Aussie.
You're am Aussie.
Yeah.
But it's been really cool to see the wildlife here, all the wallabies and the cockatoos and all that. It's been pretty cool watching.
Yeah, just don't leave your doors open.
Yeah, no way. They do damage to your hotel room, I heard.
Yeah,
but what a beautiful shot here coming across one of the beaches on Hamilton, and there's a lot of beautiful areas of interface with the water here in Hamilton. Beaches and rocky crags and small little pebbly inlets for people to check out and enjoy. So
I like
it's pretty
that.
cool.
Pebbly inlet.
Pebbly inlets.
Yeah, that's a good one. So do you think that we should, during the race, just pull into one of these little pebbly inlets?
No, you don't pull in anywhere during a race until you pull into the finish line.
That's right. That's where you're going. One directional focus.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So this will be interesting, this tussle with the two Gold Coast teams. Like, this is epic. So you've got Shania and her father racing in the same...
So I believe her father is stroking her, she said, when I talked to her earlier.
Oh, that's Lee Payne in seat 1.
Yep.
Now, Lee has been on a tremendous fitness kick lately. He's actually lost 20 kilograms to get ready for this race.
Wow. So, just look at these two crews.
Did you see? Just stop paddling to look at the guys next door.
Two totally different approaches to the setup, right?
Yeah.
One has a male stroker, one has a female stroker. One has a male steersman, one has a female steerswoman. So two totally different approaches, but you can tell they're from the same crew. I mean, look at their stroke rate. Their paddling, it's like the same.
Yeah, they're mirroring each other. Their rhythm is the same.
Both have a female number 2. Both have... Do we have...
Look at the seat 5 in this canoe closest to us, where Ryan Pogue. He's such a great steerer.
He's giving it.
Yeah, he makes that canoe move. Oh, tussle. Did you see the little bang up then?
Yeah, what's happening? You guys are like teammates. Get away from each other.
Get away from each other.
Why is the guy pinching them so hard? And there's another crew on the inside trying to pull in, and that's probably why.
Yeah, I think that's it.
The stroker is like yelling at his crew. Isn't he like the head coach of that club or something like that?
Yeah, he's the head coach.
Give me some room, mate.
Yeah, so you got the 5 islands coming up on the inside. Then you've got Shania telling Ryan to get out of the way because, they're teammates. Don't want to bang each other up. See 5 islands? See the nose?
You don't want somebody to bang your canoe. You paddle faster.
That's right. Just paddle faster. Now let's find out a little bit more about 5 islands. We're getting educated today on where certain clubs are within Australia, because even though I am Australian, or I live in Australia, I don't know exactly geographically where everything is. Australia is such a big continent.
Well, there's quite a few canoes there. They're making their way again along the coastline. Once again, this is a 16-kilometer circumnavigation of Hamilton Island. This is we're looking at here is about the middle of the pack. So this is the meat and potatoes of this paddling group right here. And so kind of giving you an idea of where the rest of our leaders are. Quite a bit out there. But, Gina, what have you found out about 5 Islands?
Okay, 5 Islands Outrigger Canoe Club is from Wollongong, which is in the Illawarra region, an hour south of Sydney.
Okay.
One of the founding members has come up at the last minute to help the Cronulla team to get a paddle out. So Tamia Rice, who did the OC2 race and did really well yesterday, she literally, we picked her, it was a big team effort. So the Gold Coast, Lee Payne, he had an OC2 rigged and waiting for her on the beach. Her plane arrived, her and her partner's plane arrived at 1:15 into the Hamilton Island Airport for a 2 p.m. race start. We picked her up at the airport at 1:30 and drove her directly to her canoe. They were literally changing in the buggy to get ready to race, and they made their race, and they got a silver medal.
Nice. Well, this is a pretty smooth group right here. They look good. It may be a platinum crew, but, man, they look smooth.
Well,
really
they must
nice.
be platinum
Golden
if they're
Masters.
so smooth.
Yep. But back to the leaders and that fight between these Gold Coast crews with 5 Islands coming up on the inside there. So, seems like that gang from down south has been putting their work in.
You got Lee, and it looks like Rozzy in seat 2. Lee Payne, and then Rozzy. Rozzy's so strong. This team, this team that Gold Coast had prepared for this event, they actually ran a training camp in Noosa, and I steered them both days just to add in, so they would have, instead of their 10, they would have 12. Myself and another person helped out. And steering these girls was a pleasure. Just strong, powerful women, good vibes. We had a tea circle, and we wrote each paddler's name on the top of a blank card, and we passed the card around, and we shared something really beautiful about that person. So by the time you got to collect your card, you read about all the good things people think about you. Isn't that lovely?
So everybody wrote down on your card something nice about you.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Isn't that beautiful?
Some feel-good vibes.
It definitely feel-good vibes. And you know what? The feel-good vibes get you winning canoes. Get you winning races.
Yeah, you know, back home in my club, if nobody's using the F word in front of your name, that's feel-good vibes as far as...
That's feel-good vibes?
That's about as good as we get.
Here we're writing each other love letters.
If they still talk to you at the end of practice, you're good. You know,
okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, if nobody's uttering your name or looking you in the eye, then you know you didn't do well.
Yeah, look, I'm sure there's some crews in Australia that work on that vibe too.
Yeah.
But these Gold Coast, they're all about the heart, right? So they're a family-orientated club. The whole family is involved. Lee and his gorgeous wife, and then Shania and her beautiful sister, and this family of 4. They are the foundations, the heart and soul of that club, and they encourage new paddlers and youth, and they're just incredible.
Are they one of the bigger clubs in Australia?
They would probably be about the third of the biggest. So you've got Noosa and Mooloolaba and then Gold Coast. I would say those 3 are our biggest clubs in Australia, with over a couple hundred members in each of these clubs. Yeah, that's Rosie in seat 2. Super strong chick.
Yeah, she's got a little hitch in her throat.
Yeah.
At the end. Nice work. But
and look, Five Islands.
Look at Five Islands.
Five Islands has come ahead.
They're not playing.
They're not playing.
Nice work.
So this is the Five Islands from Wollongong.
But you mentioned they had a couple of paddlers from New Zealand with them. Was that the crew that we had talked about, I think?
Yeah, so they've got a couple New Zealanders within their Five Islands group for this event. For this event, yeah.
Nice.
Nice slow stroke again. Just long and steady. Oh. That was Marty Strecker on the camera just there. Marty Strecker is the man who developed and created Xylo blades that went around the world for many, many years, probably 20.
Xylo with the little rubber halo around.
Yeah, that's it. That was Marty Strecker. He's gone from a timberman to a photographer.
Oh, man of many pursuits.
Exactly. But yeah, look at these Five Islands.
So you're considering this a slow stroke?
Compared to the other crews in this event, in this mixed category, it seems like they have a slower, stronger rating.
And that is...
That's
I'm sorry.
Five
Sometimes
Islands.
it's hard to tell
with
that's
the
Five
hat
Islands and all
Islands.
that if that's a man or woman up front. You got to forgive me. We're kind of far away. I'm trying to see. I'm not quite sure. It looks like it's definitely a dude steering, right?
Yeah, definitely.
3 and 4,
And
I guess, are
5.
dudes. So, yeah, it's a Wahine stroking. But she's got a nice, steady pace. I like number 2. She's got a real beautiful reach on her stroke, yeah?
Yeah, they're doing well.
Yeah, they are smooth. I think sometimes, you know, we try to rush it. We try to paddle fast and think paddling fast makes the boat go faster. But, you know, sometimes being efficient and clean and together and achieving that through slowing down just a bit is more efficient. And, you know, these are distance races. These aren't sprints. So, you know, we gotta think with that in mind, you know. Beautiful stroke, though. Here's a little bit of the marina area there at Hamilton Island, and you can see we're kind of on the opposite end. The race started just at the bottom of that building in the background, right?
Yeah, that big, tall, high-rise, yep. The girl in seat 3 here, Allie, she actually is from New Zealand originally, but she moved to Melbourne. I met her in Melbourne, and she paddled with us and did a few big races. She's a good, strong girl, and she saw the light, and she moved to the Gold Coast.
Yeah, she got a nice stroke too. She's got she's kind of a like what Lauren was saying, a big body girl, but man, she's got a big reach on her. She's got a nice pink Palafamala blade there.
She's got a
nice
good
paddling
window
from her. Yeah,
good window.
She got a good window. She's got a good window.
Now, this is the Noosa Platinums right here. Do you know that Noosa has the oldest paddler in Australia?
How old?
Still paddling.
Okay.
Still racing.
Okay. What's the age?
I'm going to ask you to guess. What do you think the oldest paddler in Australia is?
83.
93.
Shut it.
I'm kidding. I'm not kidding.
Golly.
93. He's 90. His name is Huey.
Is that him right there in 5?
He's not here at
Okay,
Hamilton
okay.
Island, but he is 93.
Okay.
And he is still not only paddling, but still racing.
Good Lord.
Huey Bingham. If your name is Bingham, you got to live a long time, don't you?
Yeah, you know that.
Because it's fun.
That's the thing about you Aussies. You don't quit.
Nobody quits in
Nobody
Australia.
quits in Australia.
No.
There's no quitting in Australia.
That's right, mate. That's right, mate. We probably do really bad Aussie accents.
Yeah. I'm sure they're probably like, everybody listening is like, couldn't they get somebody Australian to broadcast this thing? Sorry about it. Last thing we want to do is look at an Australian race and have to listen to Americans.
That's right.
Yeah, we agree.
Although we
agree. Sorry
Australians love you Hawaiians, and I'm
what's not
Australian.
to love about Hawaiians, you know
Exactly.
what I mean?
You guys are lovable.
Again, if you're logging onto our Facebook page, please don't be afraid to add in your comments about what's going on. We're stoked to have you and happy to see what you think. Super cool. Don't forget to log on and check us. And if you want to see any of this, it should be broadcast later on throughout this thing. So check it out.
And look at these two Gold Coast teams still very, very close. So Five Islands is pulled out front, but these two Gold Coast crews, they're working on it. There's a guy named Bo in that first Gold Coast crew there that Ryan Pogue is steering. Do you know Bo? He's in Team Ozone.
I'm not sure.
I can't think of his last name, but...
Is he Japanese guy? White guy? What is he?
I don't know.
Bo Toichi? No?
We could just make it up. Who's going to know?
All right, looking good here again.
There we go.
These two Gold Coast crews battling it out with that Five Islands still kind of just in front of them in the background there.
Here's
but beautiful
Lee.
stroking.
Look at Lee Payne. Sitting seat 1, followed by Rozzy, followed by Ali. Let's see who's in 4. I actually don't know who's in 4 or 5, but definitely Shania, our young, beautiful steering princess.
Yeah, she does a great job. I watched her when she was real young steering the Sydney Harbor Challenge.
She's a talent, that girl. She's got Palafamala steering blade.
Mm-hmm. Looks like most of them are Palafamala-ing it.
Yeah, they are. Look, there's blue. The colors are great. Don't you love their new colors?
Yeah, Ali's got a pink one there.
Yeah.
I like the white. Nice work there. Very smooth.
Shania seems to have a white steering blade, but I know she has a pink paddling blade. So she's doubled up on Palafamala.
She's all in, huh?
Yeah, she's all in. I think we all are. They're a great blade and pieces of works of art.
I noticed that a lot of women paddlers in Hawaii are liking the Palafamalas.
Yeah, and it's a great story, too, that there's a certain fish from a certain area of Maui that tastes different to the same fish from another area of Maui. Do you know that story?
It's just a Palani, just because of what they're eating in that area.
Yeah.
It's because
Can you
of what
describe
they're
it a little bit? So anyone that hasn't watched the YouTube
it's
about them.
It's a type of a tang. It's like a brown tang. They're pretty common fish, but the guys over there, they like to eat it. So it had to do with that. We call it a palani. And so Palafamala is like a facsimile of Palani family. Because I think where they were paddling, whatever, they would always eat the Palanis over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what the guy told me about it when I seen him last year. I'm like, where'd you come up with this? And that was his story.
Yeah, and then they put the fish onto the blade.
Yeah, I got
it
it from the horse's mouth. I was always wondering what a Palani has to do with, a paddling, because it's not a particularly fast fish. It's not a real like deep water fish where you would be paddling, but I guess it was what he came up with. So cool.
Maybe it's about the nourishment, right? And when you have the right paddle, you're nourished through your experience more so, because your paddle is a connection from you to the water. I don't know. Okay, we should ask him.
I'll buy I'll buy that. Sort of. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm not personally a fan of that fish eating wise, but yeah, nice paddles.
Very nice paddle.
And I think he's partnered up with Ozone out here in Australia, right? Like he kind of
absolutely.
They're like a distributor for him, so that's good.
They're doing a great job with it. We love the guys at Ozone. Do you realize that they're giving away? They're a sponsor. We should be talking about Ozone.
Yeah, let's talk about them right now.
Yeah,
they're giving away what?
They're giving away an OC2, an OC1, and 2 Palafamala blades.
How? In a raffle?
In a raffle where entries from all the OC1 craft are in a draw, and one of them will win a brand new.
How do I get entered in that?
OC1.
How do I get entered in that?
And the OC2.
More importantly, how do I get the OC2 home to Hawaii?
Well, okay. The unfortunate thing is anyone from overseas is not going to win the OC2 or the OC1. Sorry.
Wow. That's
so
not fair.
out of all the entries that are from Australia,
okay,
someone will win an OC2.
Tears on my pillow.
Yeah.
Pain in my heart.
It's so painful.
You on my mind. Yeah, that's sad. I want to win. Come on.
Okay, you can win a Palafamala blade, but you have to eat a Palafamala fish.
I want the 2-man.
You have to eat the fish.
Oh, girl, I'll eat almost anything. You don't know me. Again, a nice coastal shot of Hamilton Island. This is kind of the middle of the pack for us.
So we found out in the Gold Coast crew that we've got Isaac and Cliffy in seat 4 or 5.
Cliffy, I love that name.
Yeah, go Cliffy.
Cliffy. Spiffy Cliffy.
Yeah, he's spiffy. He's looking spiffy right now, coming in second place.
Looking great.
Okay, what's your guess on the time? Are we going to... Should we do a bit of a... Whoever can guess the time the mixed crew finishes wins a prize?
If it's a 2-man, I'll get in on it.
What about if it's a can of Coke?
Oh, nah. How about let's go here. Do you think it's going to be faster than the women's time or slower?
Ooh, okay.
And if so, based upon your answer, what was your largest factor in your decision?
Okay, I'm going to go. That's a very good question and a good add-on to the question. I'm going to go, it will be faster than the women's. And the main factor I am putting into this, it's not what you might think.
Okay.
It's not about that there are men in the canoe.
Okay.
Which that could be a factor for sure. But the factor I'm playing in on that guess is that the conditions have really flattened off. Not a lot of currents now, not a lot of wind, and I think they're just going to fly through this course.
Well, they are looking good, for sure. All the crews, look like it's a pretty fast voyage here as we get that cool reveal of the point as the paddlers go around it. Nice work, cameraman. Good on you.
Yeah, this is a good shot.
Oh, beauty. Look at that, Mace. Oh, mate. I would think the 3 factors to consider would be condition, right? And you said it's flatter, but does that mean there's no surf at the end? The second condition would be men in the boat.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The third would be that these 6 paddlers don't paddle together usually. Or do they? Right? So for a lot of these crews, they're just throwing 3 men and 3 women together. But for some of them, they practice and paddle together.
They do, yeah.
So I think that's going to be a factor. And
yeah.
I think it's one of the things you've seen where Gold Coast wasn't necessarily a winning crew in the men's or the women's, but they're up there right now.
That's right.
Largely in part because they paddle mixed as a club.
They do.
As part of their practices.
That's
probably.
Right.
That's what I'm guessing.
Absolutely. And in fact, it's a part of their culture that's that family-orientated culture.
Right.
And then the men and the women are mixed in together.
Sure.
They race together. They have a social life together. They some are fathered children, some are wives, husbands.
Right. So that certainly becomes a factor in it, But I don't know. Who's this pulling up in the pink? Is that a pink canoe? Is that like a hot pink canoe?
Yeah. That looks like it could be Sunset Bay, which are from North Queensland.
Ah, they
like their pink colors up there.
They do, huh?
Yeah. Sunset
Bay. I get it, right? Sunsets have that pink in them sometimes, that pink
Exactly.
orange.
So
those are our top 3 canoes right there, though, yes?
We've got 5 islands, Gold Coast,
okay.
and the pink team coming up.
Yep, 5 Islands is stretching that lead out.
They are.
They're looking good.
And they've got a closer line to the So the rocks.
And that, well, with the tide, I would think that
Oh, look, they're darting
closer
on.
is more doable and more advantageous in a higher tide, right? That's what I would think.
I would think so. I agree.
Nice work on the double shot coming around the corner here.
Nice
Beautiful
drone
work.
shot. Love the drone shot.
Beautiful drone work here, the boys. We're gonna, as our top crews get ready to come around the point here, we're gonna take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with our continued live broadcast of the third race of the day here at the Hamilton Island Cup. It's the mixed 16K, and we'll be back with your finish right after this.
The 2026 Hamilton Island Cup by Australian Outriggers, Moving Oceans, is presented by Tourism and Events Queensland, Australia, and supported by Ozone Australia, Va'a Vitals, and produced for TV by Ocean Paddler TV and Paddle Life TV.
It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday. Celebrate. Oh, gonna be so nice. Holiday.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Hello, I'm David Tepava, Master Coach and Captain of the world's best team, Shell Va'a. I'm here to show you my secrets, which are included in the new series, Va'a Vitals. The true foundation comes from our elders, and that's what I want to show all the newcomers who come to my school. I'll teach them the true respect, the true values, the true basics that were already there before. You will have the chance to precisely learn, explore, and discover even more valuable methods and improvements. And whether you are a beginner paddler or at any level of experience, I warmly invite you to join us for the next session. Marurumute.
Welcome back to Ocean Paddlers coverage of the Hamilton Island Cup here in Northern Australia. And I am here with Gina Kenny, and we are enjoying watching this race, which is the third of the day here. This is the 16-kilometer circumnavigation of Hamilton Island, and this is the mixed race. Gina, you know, Gold Coast continuing to have a great run here, running second and third.
Oh, yeah, this is really amazing to watch. You've got the 5 islands at the front. You've got the Gold Coast Ryan Pogue canoe, and then you've got the Gold Coast Shania Payne canoe. Both brilliant steerers, both incredible teams. The father-daughter, Lee Payne, Shania Payne. Great to see. It's meaningful. It's heartfelt. And we all love to see those two paddling together.
Look at the sharp turn around the point here. And what a shot. Yay, drone guy.
Not cutting
Good
corners.
Good job. And they are, you see that current line right there. And so they're into kind of different water right here. We're going to see how they react. Looks like it might be a little downhill for them here.
Looks like there's a bit of something to catch here.
Yeah, let's see if they can make the most of it.
Ryan's a real good surfing steerer, so we'll see what he does here. Ryan's originally from Canada, and he used to run coaching clinics with the Foti brothers in Hawaii. And he worked with Mike Gimlin, the Ozone team, as well for a number of years. But we like to claim that he's Australian now.
Yep, great footage there. And speaking of great footage, we're going to throw it out to our gal Mel from Paddle Life. She's on one of our escort boats with our cameraman. All right, coming in. Here you go, Mel. What's happening?
Hey guys, we are out here at the South Head. Open mixed teams are punching it out on their way for the 16-kilometre marathon. We had a pretty awesome start out here with the two Gold Coast teams smashing their way at the front with 5 Islands not far behind them. Situations changed a little bit along the back edge there leading up to the airport where 5 Islands has just come alive and they have taken off and shot their way up to the front. We were leaving the two Gold Coast teams having a little bit of a battle out there, but their Masters teams have just fired up and they have taken off into second place right now. And third place, yes, in the Opens there for the Gold Coast. We have a little bit of a family affair happening there. Father and daughter, sorry, but we will go back to you in the studio and we'll check them out at the end.
Thank you for that update from the water, Mel. Appreciate that. Yeah, she talking about the two Gold Coast crews and 5 Islands and how they really came alive coming around that turn. Looks great. We're continuing to see some really calm conditions here, and it's just about paddling today. It's not so much the surfing or surviving the real epic conditions, but it's nice and smooth. This is Burley Heads right here, and Gina. Their men's crews did really well today as well.
Yeah, their men's and their women's were red hot today, and looks like they've thrown together a red hot mixed crew. I'm not sure how far they are behind the pack, behind the 5 Islands and 2 Gold Coast crews.
Looks fairly close. They're coming around that same point that 5 Islands just did, but it's not too far back, but it's a distance. But looking great up there. These 3 canoes approaching that turn. And would you offhand know the name of this point? We're going to look on our map over there and try to see if we can't figure out where we are in this whole menagerie. I think that would be South Head down there, yeah.
Yeah, which is usually where it's pitching up. So for this race course and in this location, they are in glassy water, and this is where, if Hamlin's going to pick up, South Head is going to blow you away. But not today.
Not today. It looks pretty mellow. We are, by most guesses, right about the 8-kilometer mark in this race, halfway through, and this is on the southern tip of the island. So this 16-kilometer course is about halfway through, and I'm looking at maybe about 33 minutes into this race. So, we're going to be correct about men's, mixed, and women times in that order. Like you had mentioned, the conditions were really not a factor, and so more so it looks like it's going to be just kind of even down the road there. And so nice work by these crews as they make their way over to Southeast Head. To the left of these crews is a big bay, and so although it may look like 2 different islands, it's just the second half of Hamilton Island that they're dealing with here.
There are some crews that are new to this race that were quite intimidated by all the stories and all the pictures that show big up in the air sort of water and canoes getting smashed. And And I think they'll be really at ease today with these conditions.
Yeah, this is nice. I think they're getting a nice, gentle introduction to the Hamilton Cup, but we'll see what Sunday has in store. I'm not sure if there's a weather change forecasted. We'll have to do a little bit of homework on that.
There's Sunset Bay. So see, they're the colors of the sunset.
Ah.
And these guys are from North Queensland, so it's a little bit warmer than it is here, but it's also crocodile country.
Croc country.
That's what they say, croc country.
Sure, they don't practice water changes much where they're
They
at,
do
right?
not. They do not.
Oh, gosh.
They just had a race last weekend called the Great Barrier Reef Challenge, and it's a pretty epic event where you paddle with changes or without changes from Cairns to a beach in Port Douglas. So it's 50 kilometers, which is probably 30 miles, 33 miles.
And some of them are doing no changes? That's pretty
some
far.
do it no. I've done it one of each. I've done one no changes and one with changes, and I preferred with changes.
Oh, yeah.
And when you get into the water
Oh, yeah.
when you get into the water up north, particularly in the winter months, you don't have to really worry about the crocs in the winter months because they're more sleepy, all right?
And they're closer to shore, I would imagine.
Yeah, so
The
you don't
crocs
really
like
need
to
to worry
stay close
about
to
it.
shore, right?
Yeah, you don't need to worry about them.
Well, what about the sharks?
Well, the sharks, yeah, you got to be aware. But yeah, the race is amazing because when you hop into the water up there, it's extra salty and smooth like silk. It really feels like you're bathed in silk. It's amazing.
Really?
Yeah, it's really amazing. So everyone should experience doing the Great Barrier Reef Challenge one day.
And so they're really up along like the Great Barrier Reef, all the beautiful colors and all that?
Absolutely.
Oh, wow, cool.
And in fact, we may even host you guys there next year. All going well, we bring you up to the croc country.
Oh, stop it. You had me at croc.
Are you game?
Not for the crocs, but for the rest of the festivities, I think you might be able to convince us.
Excellent. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
We want you to see more of Queensland.
Sunset Bay. Here they come. Beautiful backdrop there. And we are getting some info that the hurricanes
from Western Australia
just passed our boat with Mel and Stimo and the Hurricanes.
Go Stimo. Stimo is a great leader of those hurricanes. They're based in Western Australia. And these guys traveled for a week solid just to get to Hamilton Island. Driving a trailer with not only OC6 canoes, but single craft, double craft.
How good are the roads between here and there?
They're pretty good.
Pretty good, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
they would have chosen the best of the roads for sure.
Right, because you don't want to be bouncing your canoe around on the trailer, right?
No, they're very smart, very safety-orientated people, and they would have chosen the best route to get here.
All right, this looks like Team Hawaii right here, mixed crew. I believe they are in the Golden Masters division.
Not the Platinum?
I don't know. They might not be in the Platinum. That's Vi Koito steering there. She had a fun go at it earlier today. Got a rest up between the women's race and today, but they're having a good go at it here. But congratulations! This is again the Team Hawaii.
Look at the airplane
with the
taking off.
Da, da, da. It's like a Virgin Airways commercial right there.
Yeah, it is. I was just thinking of that. Remember that show with the plane?
Fantasy Island.
Yes, that's it.
Welcome to Fantasy Island. Yeah. That's it. Or for this, here will be, welcome to Hamilton Island.
Here we go, Gold Coast again. This is Ryan Pogue steering.
Ryan Pogue?
Pogue, P-O-G-U-E.
Oh, Pogue. Okay, got it. Ryan Pogue. If it was Poke, it'd be kind of funny, that he's a steersman.
And he's poking.
Yeah.
He doesn't do much poking, though.
Yeah,
Look at that.
Not too much. There he is.
Oh, yeah, he got one in. So this is Helen Chorley in seat 2. Helen Chorley. She's a great surf ski athlete. So surf lifesaver, surf ski paddler.
Surely she is.
Yeah, Chorley is.
Oh, boy.
This is a rock-solid team. Look at them go. I'm pretty sure 5 will be Bo, but I can't tell you his last name, but he's a good paddler. You can tell. Look at that nice solid stroke. Big guy. And we're back to the Hawaiians.
Nice work.
Team Hawaii. So grateful to have them over here. And for those of you that weren't here, weren't able to attend for whatever reason, we missed you. And you missed an incredible opening ceremony where we had fire dancers, Polynesian dancers, but probably the most heartfelt moment was when Kamoa performed a chant, a beautiful chant that welcomed us all to the heart and welcomed us all to this reunion and to the place where we forged new memories. And it was, I don't think anyone in the audience didn't feel their hearts strings pulled in that moment.
Yeah, he's the conduit, man. I tell you, that guy's the conduit. And just being able to show up representing Hawaii and have somebody like Kamoa in your midst to share that level of our culture with the Aussies is great. You know, like you get it. We're not just a bunch of paddlers from Hawaii. You know, when Kamoa's around and you have somebody that can offer up something like a oli or a chant like that, it really kind of seems like we brought our culture with us too. We're not just here to paddle. I mean, of course, you know, the va'a is a big part of our culture, but when you can share culture on different levels like that, it's special.
Yeah, Kamoa and all of the Hawaiians that come out for this event year after year back in the day, and hopefully year after year now, they always bring the essence. And the essence is why we love going to Hawaii. We go to Hawaii because we feel that. The paddlers that have been, you know, at this gig for many, many years,
right.
We understand that there's a communication between the water, the canoe, the paddlers, and the energy of where we are and what energy we bring to that.
For sure. And it's a lot easier coming from Australia because, you know, we speak English, you guys speak English. It's easier to see. It's more obvious. But, man, for Hawaii paddlers, when we go to Tahiti, that's where we're like, oh, okay, the connection is different. The feel is different. The level of culture that they have, like intrinsically and in their day-to-day, in comparison is like next level for us. So like when we go to Tahiti, it's like how you guys feel when you come to Hawaii. It's like next level. It's pretty cool.
I'd like to experience that one day.
Yeah, Tahiti is like me. Yeah, paddling. That's the Mecca. You know? That's the Mecca.
Well, Ocean Paddler, along with...
Oh, we go.
Yeah, Ocean Paddler along with Aokra and along with the Queen Liliuokalani team, we are looking at forming a Pacific trio of races. Mm-hmm. So that trio would be the paddlers that get involved in our series of racing around the world. There's one race in Tahiti, there's one race in Hawaii, there's one race in Australia, and then we continue repeating and supporting these events all around the world.
Yeah, that would be great, you know, and having this series to be able to share with, and then, you know, getting other countries and stuff involved. But it definitely takes a big commitment on the part of those folks that got to travel, which is everybody, right? Because each one is in a different country. But it's a lot, you know, and that is, you know, the Hawaiian crew has a smattering of Tahitians in their midst, but I think when you are able to attract the Tahitian crews, who are without a doubt, especially in the men's, the best in the world, it adds a different level of legitimacy and competition to your event. For sure.
Absolutely.
For
so
sure.
We're super excited.
Yeah.
We are going to put our focused attention on growing this concept,
right.
growing this vision.
Right.
And when you put your focused attention on something, it's often beneficial.
Yep. As speaking of focus and attention, Five Islands continues to lead this race here. It seems like that crew in second place behind them from Northern Beaches is kind of maintaining that distance. It doesn't seem like they're really walking away. That Five Islands is walking away right now, and we're probably, you know, I imagine this area where we're closing in on is that southeast head area where they're going to be having another stretch of coastline and making their turn into Katsai Bay, which is where we kicked off the events today, where we started this race. But nice work from this crew from Five Islands, and that third place crew has fallen back a bit. But the second place crew from Northern Beaches is still kind of...
No, Gold Coast.
I'm sorry, Gold Coast, my bad. Gold Coast keeping up with our Five Islands gang.
Okay, and I can tell you a little bit more about our Gold Coast team that's right now in second place. So we've got Glenn Baines, and everyone here might know Bainesy because he's been doing the scrutineering of all the canoes. So thanks to Bainesy, we've all gotten on the water safely. And considering that a few people lost their paddles and he had ensured they had their spare paddles on their canoe, they're all sweet.
People lost paddles today?
Yeah, a few have, yes, but we found them all.
Oh, wow.
So Linda Davis is in seat 4 of this crew that's in second right now. Now, Linda...
This is our fourth place crew here.
Oh, we've gone back to the 4. Okay, but in the second place, we've also got Linda Davis, who is our logistics officer for this event.
Nice.
So not only is she putting together all the teams, all the escort boats, and allocating everything so that everyone understands where they are and what they're getting, she is a machine.
Yeah, thank you, Linda, for all the work that you do for this event. But this fourth place crew is looking really good. There's back to Gold Coast. And that's our second place crew right now. We also have a Gold Coast crew in third.
So we may be incorrect about that canoe that we've been following as the lead. There is questions coming in, and the thought that potentially it's Hurricanes leading.
Oh,
but it doesn't look like Hurricanes canoe. So we'll have to get further reports.
Okay, well, you're my on-island expert, so to speak.
Trying.
For our Australians. So if you're in Gina's orbit and you got any confirmation about who the team is in that Five Islands canoe, let us know.
Okay, we've got a correction. Fourth place Hurricanes. So we were correct. We've got first place Five Islands.
Okay.
And
second place Gold Coast.
Second place Gold Coast. Third place Gold Coast.
Right.
Fourth place Hurricanes.
There's the Hurricane.
Yeah, we've got the Hurricanes there.
What don't they call it something different down here? Isn't it like typhoon or whatever in the Southern Pacific?
A cyclone?
Cyclone.
Yeah, cyclone.
Why not the cyclones?
Probably because they're in WA and they would get hurricanes in WA, but a cyclone on this side of the country.
Oh my God, I'm so confused.
Yeah, so one side of our country gets hurricanes and one side gets cyclones.
Oh gosh. Okay, gotcha.
Now, Jess Crow, one of our young paddlers from the Burley Heads crew, is with the Five Islands. So the team in the front has a big asset with Jess Crow. She's an amazing athlete. Oh my gosh, great footage. Look at Gold Coast go.
Beautiful stroke up there. They got ladies in 1 and 2 and 4. Interesting mashup of how they're putting people together. Not quite sure what the decision on positioning there, but certainly that 1 and 2 looks very good together. They obviously paddle together. That big fella in 3 is doing his work for sure.
That's Cliffy. Go Cliffy.
Cliffy. Yeah, Cliffy, baby.
And then Bainesy in 5.
Bainesy and Cliffy.
Bainesy and Cliffy.
I love it.
And then Pogie.
What is with all the the Aussies are really a fan of like a nickname that ends in a IE or a Y, right? Bainesy, Cliffy, Pokey.
Yeah.
It's good.
Or if your name ends with an A like mine, Gina, they call me Jeaner.
Gina.
Jeaner.
Gina.
Jeaner.
Jeansy.
Jeansy.
All right, and here is that Five Islands outrigger.
Kylie.
No, I would be Cliffy too.
Yeah. Cliffy's a good name for you.
Yeah, Cliffy's a good name. Look at this, smooth right here. Yeah.
Jess Crow seemed. Oh, is that Terry Ann? That might be Jess in 1 and Terry Ann in 2.
This is nice water. Look at this.
Yeah, and look at beautiful strokes. That canoe is running well.
In 4, is that I'm calling 1 and 3 men. Is that 5 as well? I'm not sure. But, man, that 2 has a nice blend, man. Look at how she sits up.
Yeah, she
has a nice finish to her stroke.
I can't work out whether it's
stuff.
Terry Ann or Jess, vice versa.
Yep.
Maybe someone knows. Let us know.
Right, and number 4 is just right on her. You could tell those gals paddle together. Right on her. It's beautiful. Synchronicity.
Oh, Bainsey's in 3 in the second place team. Cliffy's in 5.
Yeah, Cliffy.
Go, Cliffy.
It's your birthday. Go, Cliffy.
Go, Cliffy.
All right.
We'll have to meet this Cliffy, won't we?
Yeah, Cliffy's it's a great name. Love that name.
What about Rusty?
They're all good. Rusty, Bainsey, Cliffy, Shelsey, Winsey. They're all, everybody's got a IE. That's how you know when you're cool, when you got like a IE at the end of your nickname.
How would we give Alex a nickname?
Donkey.
Donkey.
He can't hear us.
Look
at that. That's nice.
Okay, Jess Crow
is
Jess Crow in 2. She is
moving.
an incredible athlete. She's V1 champion at the last Worlds. Someone let us know who's in the Five Islands team. Their order, please. We've got a lot of good info on the Gold Coast team.
Look at that shiny, beautiful water. Ain't that a thing? Look at that. What a shot.
I'm going to call it shimmery.
Shimmery.
It's shimmery.
Shimmery. Cliffy and Bainsey in the water so shimmery. I love it. I love the little bit different way the Aussies do stuff. So cool. So cool. Here's a little bit the back of the pack here.
Okay, we've got one in the Hurricanes is Will Lee.
Willie. Oh, no, Will Lee. Oh, okay.
Let's call him Willie.
Wilsey.
Wilsey. Yeah, he can be Wilsey. Oh, hang on. We got some more intel. Stuart Woodger is steering. Stuart Woodger is steering everything today. Is there anything he hasn't done, Woodgie?
What has Woodger not done? Tamea.
Hopefully he didn't do the women's race. She is from New Zealand. And then Tamia is from New Zealand, and Josh is in 3. And
Tamia.
Yeah, Tamia got silver in the OC2 mixed yesterday.
In Hawaii, her name means the thing.
The thing.
Yeah, the thing.
Yeah.
Tamea. Tamea is the thing.
She's showing us.
She's the thing. Thang-a-dang-dang.
So some of my friends are saying that they're loving our commentary.
Oh,
so
boy. Sorry about it.
Glad we can entertain everyone.
Yep. Here we go.
Gold Coast again. This is Shania and her big Papa Bear, Lee. I like to call him Papa Bear.
He's a bear of a man, for sure.
He is. He's like a grizzly bear.
Yeah.
But kind. You know, he's a kind grizzly bear.
Those are my favorite kind.
Yeah, mine too.
I'm not really into the unkind.
I like the kind ones too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those guys I don't want to mess with. But look at this. Man, they are nice together. I'm liking seat 4. Look at her. That's a 4 you want. Get some muscle in the boat.
I'd be happy with her.
Beautiful follow on the gal in front of her. Looking good.
Okay, so Will Lee. A little bit more about Willie. Wilsey. He's a former mountain bike champion of the Commonwealth Games.
He's not out of breath.
You go from mountain biking to outrigger.
It's cardio, man.
I think he needs more rough stuff, though.
Rough stuff? You
Yeah.
want to rough up Willie?
Yeah.
Sorry about it.
Sorry, buddy.
Looking good here. Ooh. Are they closing the door?
They're closing in.
Here
they're closing in.
Here comes the Goldies.
The Goldies, exactly. You got it.
That was a wild guess.
That's seriously what they call them. You going down to the Goldie this weekend? That's what they'll say.
Gosh.
Yeah, you got it. Look, the Goldies are coming on to the Five Islands.
So we're probably about a 2 to maybe 3K to the finish line here. We are 53 minutes into this race, and we're looking for a finish here within the next 10.
Absolutely.
Beautiful stuff by these mixed crews. And the Goldies are coming up on the 5s. and they're going in a finish here. Maybe they're going to find some
Look at
surfies,
this.
some wavies on their way in. The water is moving. You can see it up and down there, and there's some energy to be had if they have the energy to go get it.
They
so
do.
They're hunting them down though. The Goldies are in hot pursuit of the
They're in hot
fiveys.
pursuit, exactly.
Yep.
And then maybe they'll have some beersies at the end.
We don't talk about that. We call that after race refreshments.
After race refreshments.
Unless we have a beer sponsor, then we say beer by name. We call out beers by name.
We tried to get a beer sponsor.
Yeah, we're just doing after race refreshments. I mean, that's like,
if you're a beer company and you're watching this, please sponsor us.
How do you not get a beer sponsor in Australia, right?
I know, right?
Like
at every corner, there's a beer store.
Only the Germans have more native breweries than do the Aussies.
I would even question that. I would think the Aussies have surpassed the Germans.
Yeah, with the number of breweries. I mean, every store I go into has a different selection of beer.
Exactly.
This is the first place in the world, though, I've ever seen a 3-pack of beer. It blew my mind. You know, things are not cheap here on the island. And we went to the supermarket, and it was $30 Australian for a 6-pack of Peronis. And I was like, holy mackerel. And I looked a little bit down the shelf, and there was another bunch of beers, and they were much cheaper. And I looked, and it looked like another 6-pack, but I picked it up and turned it on its end. It was a 3-pack. I have never in my life seen a 3-pack of beer. Man,
look at these guys next to the
What do you do
rocks.
with a 3-pack? You might as well buy a 40-ounce. You know what I mean?
Well, if you're a beer company and you are looking to sponsor us, we want your sponsorship.
Yes.
Look at this.
Please
This is
do.
what you get.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Okay, here comes Gold Coast.
So that's Gold Coast third place there on the right of your screen. On the left is Gold Coast in second place, trying to chase down in this last stretch of the race the gang from Five Islands. And do they have the muster to make it happen? This is where it's all going down right here. I think third place Goldies with Shania Twain-Hayne is there in the steers women's position. They have a bit of a gap on fourth place, but the story is going to be between Gold Coast and Five Islands there in the background. You can see them coming around.
Nice.
She's a bit back, but right off this corner, we're going to see Shania jump on one, try to get nose down and surf her way up towards the front there. But, man.
And it was this section earlier on in the women's race that we saw the Malulaba and friends surpass the Burley Heads girls who had led the whole way.
But it's a different time, darling, where these crews now are coming at it, and we have a much fuller tide, right?
We do.
Way more water
got
than
about
there was. Yep. And,
8 meters
and
more
less
water.
wind.
Yeah, less wind.
But there is definitely texture on the water. So, we're going to see if the gamble of putting – so this is where crew selection again comes into it. Shania's dad is in front, right? Shania's in the back. He's obviously stronger and heavier than she is. Is he able to tip that nose of the canoe down into some of these troughs and get a little surf going on?
Well, he's
see.
a grizzly bear. Of course he can.
He's a grizzly, so we'll see. As well as this Five Islands crew, they're trying to get on him right there. That looks like a little runner. Can they surf? Can the stroker feel it?
They're
Beautiful
looking good.
stuff, though. They're looking good. But right there, oh,
no, it's
boy,
getting tight.
This is
getting
gonna be
tight.
good.
Love this.
This is going to be good, and everybody in the what do you call this place again?
The beach pavilion.
The beach pavilion. In the pavilions.
In the pavilions.
Everyone in the pavilions are watching here and just cheering on these two top crews.
And here we go. We've got, can we call them the Fiveys?
The Goldies and the Fiveys.
The Goldies and the Fiveys.
Coming
It's
at
going to
it.
be neck and neck.
Oh,
or tail to nose.
Oh, Missy,
Does
look
that make
at him
sense?
go.
Tail to nose?
Tail to nose? Well, you're not neck to neck, right?
No. So I'm thinking tail to nose.
In other countries they call it neck to neck, but in Tahiti as well they call it neck to neck, but in America or Hawaii it's called neck and neck.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Neck and neck.
Yeah, neck and neck.
Little bit different vernacular, neckies and neckies, I don't know. Neckies to tailsies, is that what we're going to? Tailsies to neckies? That's what we got there. But
I think we go tails to noses.
But the 5Es are looking smooth, but
look,
Gold
the
Coast
Goldies,
is
they're powerful.
Pretty. I'm going with relentless.
Yeah, they are.
Relentless right now. They're not going to let up.
No, that is a strong crew.
Yep. And here's third place making their way along.
With the grizzly bear and
Grizzies.
the little pretty princess.
Yep.
Our little Shania.
She's looking good.
She's looking great. Oh, this is it. This is it.
You can hear everyone in the
Goldies,
background.
everyone's getting excited here.
They've
There's
pulled
lots
out
of screaming.
much like a Formula One car at the Le Mans. They've pulled out into their own lane, heading into the checkered flag here. And do they have what it takes?
Oh, they're both working so hard here.
Yep. Come
it's going to be close.
Come on, Cliffy.
It'll be close. Come on, Cliffy. Come on, Goldie. Come on, Fivey.
Yep. Everybody, here we go. So if you're in the 5Es, at what point do you panic?
Well, they'll be just...
The answer is never panic.
That's what I was going to say.
Never panic.
It's not in the 5 Islands
but
to
they're
panic.
coming. They're coming. That stroker in Gold Coast is hungry. She's looking good, but man, the 5 Islands crew is just answering.
They've responded.
This is basically fat water sprinting right here.
Yeah, the 5Es have responded to the Goldies without a doubt.
But here she comes.
They're hearing them. Their steerer knows where they are.
Hearing them and steering them. That's what we're getting, right?
Yeah. This is going to be right to the finish right here. It's very exciting racing.
So exciting. So excited to be here. All right. Come on, gang. Make it.
Do you know, I have to share with you, this is a first where we have been live streaming the 16-kilometer races at Hamilton Island. It's never happened in the history of this event.
Happy to be here, my darling.
Yep.
Have you ever live streamed the main event?
No, we have not.
All right.
So two new things at this new Hamilton Cup.
Couple of firsties.
Yep. Firsties.
Some thirsty firsties.
Thirsties.
Hey, so for everyone here in Hamilton paying attention and watching, what is going on after this race this evening? Are there some festivities to be had for our wary, tired paddlers?
We are going to have...
Looking for a coldie?
Yeah, we're going to have some coldies.
Yes.
We're going to have some beersies. And most importantly, we're going to have some medals and medalies.
Okay.
Because it is an award ceremony this evening, which features...
Is it right here or somewhere else?
It's right here at the Beach Pavilion. So everyone that's watching, come to the Beach Pavilion for the award ceremony.
What time is that going to happen?
We're hoping it's going to happen at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. It's 3 right now.
Yeah, so in 1 hour.
On the dotsies.
And we are going to... We're going to redo the medals from yesterday for the small craft.
Okay,
and the
gotcha.
16K and the 3 16Ks today. So everyone be ready to wear some bling.
Okay.
Blingies.
Are paddlers allowed to have beverages on the lawn here?
Yes.
Okay.
They are allowed to have after-race beverages.
Nice. We're looking forward to some festivities. You might be having a little bit of trouble keeping the crowd down, though, while you're announcing your medals. There's going to be a lot of discussion happening about today's race.
There
and
will
about
be.
One of the things they're
Look
going to
at
be
this.
talking about is this, this.
This is an awesome finish. You know, 5 Islands have responded. They heard that Gold Coast were coming up, and they have responded.
Gold Coast has been absolutely relentless, but 5 Islands has responded in kind. And look at them. They have really picked it up. They put on a boat length gap between them coming into this finish line here. But, man, I mean, kudos to this stroker, but I really want to point out this engine room. Look at 3 and 5 and Cliffy over there in the back, you know, happening here for 5 Islands. They got drive. That is a podium engine room right there. They are driving it. I mean, our stroker is setting the pace. I'm loving the stretch of the young lady in seat 2, but, man, look at that engine room. Go, baby, go. They are like, it's almost like they let Gold Coast close enough to break their hearts into the finish line, right?
Yeah.
You know,
they teased them.
But look at that. Look at the finish.
That is Woodger steering. Great steer.
Woodger. Nice work there.
He just won the Molokai to Maui race.
Nice.
In his age division, 50s. No, second. He
Maui
was second place. Maui to Molokai, second place.
But look at the drive. I'm going to point out the paddler in seat 4. I'm loving her. She is killing it. She is driving.
Someone tell us who she is.
She was a gal from NZ that you pointed out
Oh,
earlier.
yeah, Tamia.
Tamia.
She's Tamia.
She is the thang.
Go Tamia.
The thang-a-lang. Look at her go. And seat 3 as well. They are really putting it on. Not to take away anything from, but, man, that's what's happening in this canoe. I love it. Woodger, great job steering. But
yeah, Woodger.
It's not easy to answer a crew that's creeping up from behind.
No,
you.
and look
It's
at them.
not easy.
They
You
had
got to
it.
dig in. You know, you worked to get into first place, and now you got to work to keep them away. You know, and so credit as well to this team from Gold Coast. They are a hard driving team.
Oh, yeah, look at
I
them.
personally am loving that combo in 1, 2, and 4. Those girls, like, they paddle together. Look at that. 1 and 2 in particular. Man, look
Yeah,
when they're
this-
coming
look
around.
at that rhythm.
Watch this change. It's like beautiful. Bang! Look at
Yeah,
that. Wow,
that's so good.
Yeah,
We're impressed.
ladies.
We're impressed with Gold
Yeah,
Coast.
ladies.
5 Islands, impressive.
Yep.
Gold Coast, impressive.
I'm going to say 5 Islands, engine room all day. And this team from Gold Coast, your girls are fantastic.
Keep
Your
up the good
women
work.
are fantastic.
Keep up the good
Yeah.
work, Lee Payne.
Yeah, Lee. Yep, nice work there.
Papa Bear.
Yep. We got less than a kilometer coming into the finish here, and there is no let up from this crew from 5 Islands. They are going at it deep, strong, and they're continuing to just hold back the onslaught from this gang from Gold Coast. And so beautiful work from teams 1 and 2, third place as well from Gold Coast. And so really great representation from that canoe club. But 5 Islands came to play, I tell you what. Look at them go. Really not the kind of look of the water that we want to give for the legendary Hamilton Island rough water.
Let's just say we're showing a different side
different
to
side.
the island. It offers many angles or varieties of conditions.
That gal in number 2 there, you said she was a champion OC1 paddler.
Yeah, V1.
And, yeah, V1?
Yeah.
Really? And she is smooth.
Yeah,
man.
she's beautiful.
She's smooth and still an hour and maybe 5 minutes into this race, she is still smooth as silk. Congratulations to this team from 5 Islands coming across the finish line in an unofficial first place with a time of just about 3 hours and 7 minutes. But nice work here in second place. Gold Coast. With another great effort here.
Gold Coast.
Loving watching these mixed crews.
Yeah.
And you're right, man. The Aussies take mixed seriously.
They do. They really do. So when we were going to have the mixed race on the last day, I got queried by the Americans and the Hawaiians of why would you put a fun race on the last day? I'm like, you don't understand. The mixed is a big deal in Australia. They take it seriously.
Yep. And a nice bit of camaraderie here
Yeah,
between
look
these
at
two
this.
crews.
Yeah.
Nice stuff.
That's good aloha.
Yep.
Good aloha. That's great. What a moment.
Nice.
They will be stoked by
Little
that.
chat, and I'm sure this Gold Coast crew is going to be turning around and cheering on their crewmates.
That's right.
Coming into the finish.
They call it the Pain Train, but I call him Papa Bear. But the Pain Train is coming in third place. The Pain Train. Lee and Shania Pain. Lee and Shania.
I like it.
Yeah, the
I
Pain
like
Train.
it. The Pain Train.
And Cliffy is in the Pain Train.
Yeah, Cliffy's in the midst of the Pain Train right now. Love it. Sounds like something you wouldn't want to be a part of. Yet then again, there they are. Beautiful mix. Awesome. Nice third place finish by the Pain Train representing Gold Coast. Shania Payne bringing them in. Beautiful
Our
racing.
incredible Shania Payne. She's an amazing woman, amazing steerer. And she can dance a hula. She's got the hula moves.
I want to see it.
Okay, Shania, we want to see you dance the hula.
Congratulations. Third place from another team, Gold Coast crew. Nice work by Shania and her dad and everyone in between. Nice work. I think this would be our fourth place crew. Are we able to get a name?
Hurricanes. These are Hurricanes.
The
Here
Canes.
come the mighty Hurricanes.
The Canes. Nice work.
We're going to call them the Canes?
I would go with Cainsies, but I think Canes is just better.
Yeah, Canes is good. What if we call
Nice
them
work.
hurry canes?
The hurries.
Check, check, check.
These canes sure are hurrying
Check,
into the
check.
finish line, that's for sure.
Are you talking? Sorry. Yeah, sure. Yeah, cool.
Nice work. Nice
This is
swim.
exciting.
Coming into the finish line.
That's all right.
Big day of racing.
Big day of racing. I am looking forward to a little bit of rest up and wind up for Sunday. Sunday is going to be great. 42 kilometers, man. That is a way to go. We're going to check the weather and see what it's going to be like on Sunday. But, man.
Now, you won't see us tomorrow live streaming, but we will have a full day of racing activities. We have
Tomorrow, yes.
Kamoa with a talk story in the morning. And then we have a 4K dash for men, women, and mixed. We have a small craft relay, meaning OC1, OC2 relay race. And then we conclude with a sprint eliminator right on Cat's Eye Beach.
Wow, that sounds like fun. That's all the festivities for tomorrow. But right now we're going to swing on out into the waters with Mel from Paddler Life on one of our escort boats. We're ready to go. We want to hear what she has to say. Mel, what is going on in the water? Are you with our top finishers?
All right, here we are at the finish line of
Yep, go for it, Mel.
All right, here we are, guys, at the finish line of the open mixed 16-kilometer race, and what a race this was for these guys behind me here. Starting off 5 Islands in third place, right up at the top, and then creeping their way right to the front. Steerer keeping them nice and close to the island all the way. Thanks, Stewie. Handing it over to you guys to tell us how that race went down.
Oh man, it was challenging from the start. Like we were in third and just managed to sneak through and just sort of stay in front for the whole race. I think we were all hurting pretty bad, and the Gold Coast crew certainly didn't let us away with it easy. They just stuck on our tail, and we hung in there. We got some bloody mongrel ladies in our crew who just who pulled us through, and pretty proud of them. So it was awesome.
Well done, guys. Thanks so much, and great to see you out there.
All right, thank you for that update from the water, Mel. Yeah, some mongrel ladies. I'm not sure if that's the kind of thing that gals want to be called here in Australia, but that might get you in trouble back in the States, huh? But nice interview there from the team of 5 Islands, just mentioning how what a challenge it was, kind of keeping those tough lads and ladies from Gold Coast at bay throughout the second half of that race. But nice performance from all those crews, and we're going to continue to kind of just hang out here and watch our mixed crews come across the line, maybe get another interview with the Gold Coasties from Mel out in the water. But a beautiful day of racing. I mean, people might be complaining about, they wanted it to be rougher or sunnier or whatever, but you know, in many ways, in my mind, an overcast day with calm seas really allows us to see who's got the best stroke out there.
Absolutely.
What team is really together, because, you know, bad conditions can mess up a crew if they're not really, really in sync. But, man, when it's nice and calm and even, paddlers are really able to paddle. You're not relying so much on the surf or who can be the toughest in the conditions or whatever. It's really a nice exhibition of just quality paddling by our top crews.
It really is, and a lot of the best coaches will do a combination where they do enough flat water training to finesse as well as the big open ocean training to handle whatever arises.
Nice. Well, we're definitely enjoying the efforts of our paddlers here today in the third event of the day, the mixed race. And as you mentioned, Gina, Aussies take mixed pretty seriously. You know, in other places like Hawaii and stuff, it's kind of like an afterthought. But here, it's like there are certain paddlers that are aiming for it.
Yeah, it's a big part of our culture here, and so we hope that we can share that with you guys.
Yeah, for sure. So again, we've just had the finish for our top crews from our mixed races. That was, of course, 5 Islands and Gold Coast. In the men's race, we saw Team Volo from Hawaii coming up here and doing really good on some other top finishes there. But we're going to get a quick recap coming up of the day's festivities and our winners. And, of course, later today, for all of those of you that are here on Hamel, we're going to be having our awards ceremony right about 4 o'clock. And so, once again, in the men's, it was Volo in first place. Second was Ozone. And third, the Five Islands. Some of the guys which were probably racing in the second race. So imagine doing this twice. Some of them did
back to back.
Did 32K.
That's right.
And then in the women's, it was Burley and Maluluba. Right?
Actually, yeah. Actually, no. It was Malulaba and Friends. That took out Burley
first, right?
Yep.
Okay, correction on that. We'll find a pen. And so another as well, nice performances by Vakaama there from New Zealand. So some great paddling today, and we're looking for these crews to come out not only tomorrow, some of them, but on Sunday for the big race, the 42K race on
This is
Sunday.
Malulaba here, Malulaba mixed. These guys towed the trailer up so that the canoes could be lent out to paddlers from around the world, and so credit to them, and they also raced really well from the looks of things.
Heck yeah, they did. Heck yeah. All right, some beautiful finish. And so, again, share with us what's happening the rest of the day here at the beach house.
Well, we're really going to wind things down now, and we will finish the day with our award ceremony, and people can stay for some beersies and some snackies.
So wind down the paddling, wind up the festivities.
Yes, wind down the paddling, wind up the festivities, and he's smiling on that one.
Yeah, that's going to be
We're
fun.
going to have some
that's
fun.
That's always the fun part of the day for the broadcast crew. I mean, all of it's fun for sure, but
yeah, and of
when
course
we get
to
to
just
let our hair down.
Yeah, and chatter about the race.
Yeah. I've had some great conversations with folks all the last couple of days here, and so it's been really fun just to kind of be a spectator and on the sidelines of all the paddling here. It's been really, really fun.
This looks like Burley.
Nice work there.
Nice work. They've got solid squad there, so they can put multiple teams in and perform in the top 5 or 10 or win. This is a solid team that's starting to show the way.
All right, we're going to get ready to close out our broadcast here as some of our mixed crews continue to come across the line. Nice work again by the crew from Five Islands, followed closely by a Gold Coast crew as well as a second Gold Coast crew. So, it's obvious, as we've been saying, how seriously that these Australian paddlers take their mixed races, but really a great performance by all of them out today. And just certainly want to mention all those men and women that paddled 2 races today. That's 32 kilometers, like 20 miles that they were able to get in the water for today. So, man, that's our Hawaii crew coming across the line right there.
Looks like Hawaii.
Hawaii mixed crew. That's our Hawaii Golden Masters there. But a nice work by all. And so, again, what time does the race kick off for us on Sunday, Gina?
Sunday we have a 9 a.m. start for the 42 kilometer.
Okay.
And we will have an escort boat briefing at 7:30 for 60 escort boat drivers for our 60 teams that are racing this 42 kilometer.
Okay. 60.
Yes.
Wow. Are there enough canoes? My goodness.
We have enough canoes, and believe it or not, we have enough escort boats.
Wow.
As well as a boat for you.
Guarantee you pulled escort boat drivers from the mainland for this one.
We have pulled escort boat drivers from everywhere. Every fishing charter, every small fishing group, every big fishing group, every social group, everywhere we could find them, we grabbed them.
Nice. Well, nobody is more thankful than a paddler to a good escort boat driver.
Absolutely.
So we're looking forward to keeping everybody safe and letting the paddlers showcase their talents out here today. Some of our crews are slowly making their way back to shore. And as you can see, that's where we are inside to the right. But this is the center of event festivities and event action here at the Hamilton Island Cup. So we're going to close things out here really quick by showing all of our paddlers. We have the tents representing different paddle makers, different canoe makers, everything. So again, we're going to take a quick commercial break here, and then we're going to wrap up things from day 2 here at the Hamilton Island Cup. We'll be right back after this quick message.
The 2026 Hamilton Island Cup by Australian Outriggers, Moving Oceans, is presented by Tourism and Events Queensland, Queensland, Australia, and supported by Ozone Australia, Va'a Vitals, and produced for TV by Ocean Paddler TV and Paddle Life TV.
It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Hello, I'm David Tepava, master coach and captain of the world's best team, Va'a. I'm here to show you my secrets, which are included in the new series, Va'a Vitals. The true foundation comes from our elders, and that's what I want to show all the newcomers who come to my school. I'll teach them the true respect, the true values, the true basics that were already there before. You will have the chance to precisely learn, explore, and discover even more valuable methods and improvements. And whether you are a beginner paddler or at any level of experience, I warmly invite you to join us for the next session. Marurumutu.
All right, welcome back to Hamo, the Hamilton Island Cup. We are closing out our day of racing here. This is day 2 of 4 days of festivities at what is easily the largest outrigger canoe festival in Australia right now. And so we're going to, real quick, we're going to go over the top crews finishing today in the 3 different races that we had. They were all 16 kilometer. It was the women, men, and mixed. And so for the women here, who was it for us?
We had Malulaba and friends, which was a combination of Malulaba paddlers, but a couple of paddlers that were friends from Hawaii and friends from Canada.
Okay, great. Nice work, ladies. First place there. And then Burley and 3rd and 4th were a team from New Zealand and the Gold Coast Gals. In the men's race, earlier it was Team Volo who came up from Hawaii, but you know they've got Travis Grant. He's a true Aussie steering them. Danny Chang. He's from California. Yeah. They had Moy Hao stroking them. He's from Tahiti, and then some local boys from Hawaii in the middle there. And so it was kind of a mixed conglomerate of guys that maybe aren't Hawaiians, but they paddle in Hawaii. And so good on them. They had a commanding lead and a beautiful stroke by Moihao today. They were in first place. In second was Team Ozone Australia, which did a great job. Another Hawaii paddler, Andy Penny, from Hawaii via New Zealand.
Yeah.
He was in there in C5. And then Five Islands, who did a great job in the mixed race. They were in third place for the men. And then as well in the mixed race, Five Islands was in first place, Gold Coast. And so as you mentioned, those crews, those clubs, we saw them being in the top more than once, right?
Yeah, that's right. We had the women, the Goldie were really performing so well in the women's, and they may have won the bronze. We're just waiting to find out. And then they win second and third in the mix. Now, mind you, we're talking about across the line. But depending upon divisions, there will be a different outcome of who's getting what color of medals.
So if somebody wants to get up-to-date race results based on division and times and all of that, where would they be able to find that?
Well, that should be, we will share that on our Hamilton Island Facebook page soon.
Okay.
Our registrar will be checking all the details and firming that up, and then we'll get it out to everyone so they can follow and see who's who in the zoo.
Nice. Okay, great. And so we're going to have festivities again tomorrow, some races, but the big one that everybody's looking forward to will drop at 9 a.m. on Sunday. Sunday here in Australia. Now that's going to be, we're going to start our broadcast a little prior to that, so about 8:45 Australia time on Sunday, which will be 12:45 in the afternoon on Saturday, Hawaii time, for all of those folks back in Hawaii that want to check out what's going on here. And so you can extrapolate from that if you are on the west coast of the United States or in parts near and far New Zealand. Those are the times here, and we'll
let you do the math.
We'll leave it up to you to Google it for yourself.
Exactly.
So again, it'll be nice and early here on Friday. That's the 42-kilometer race, change race with escort boats and all of that happening. So big deal. We're going to have another great live broadcast for that starting 8:45 a.m. Australia time, 12:45 p.m. Hawaii time. And so again, we're going to have to say goodbye to Gina. She's racing, lucky girl, on Sunday. And so I'm looking, anybody want to, message us on Instagram or whatever, you want to come and host with me. If you're in Hamo and not racing on Sunday, we'll bring you into the broadcast studio, provide you with a headset, and you can go ahead and jump on and give all the inappropriate commentary that you want to. So,
of course, I've set the bar high, so watch out, whoever's going to join in.
Very high. You did a great job, and I enjoyed hosting with you so much. And so on behalf of Gina and myself and the rest of the crew here at Ocean Paddler in Australia, we want to thank our sponsors, and we're stoked to be here. We'll catch up with you guys again early morning on Sunday.
Just to mention our sponsors,
yes,
I would like to thank the Tourism and Events Queensland, the Australian Outrigger Canoe Racing Association, Ozone, and as you know, we are giving away an OC1 and OC2 and 2 Palafamala blades at some point in this regatta.
I'm gonna fit that OC2 into my carry-on.
He's going to try. I don't think they'll let him. Now, the other thing, just to make one final announcement, is that I did share a moment ago that we were going to have our awards at 4 p.m. I've been reminded it's at 4:30 p.m. But for some Aussies, you need to tell them to turn up at 4 so you can start at 4:30.
That's called Hawaiian time. You have Aussie time here?
Oh, totally.
Yeah, we have that too.
Yeah.
We have that too. It usually really pervades the paddling community
as
well,
so.
right?
I think so. There's a poet called Mary Oliver. I love her. She's my favorite poet. And she says one of her poems is about tides. And she shares that one day, the only calendar you will look at are the tides. Isn't that brilliant?
That means you've arrived in life.
It means you've arrived in life. Like, who wants any more than to know when the tides are?
The only calendar that matters is the tide calendar, right?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you again, Gina, for joining us for this broadcast. And for everybody, we'll see you on Sunday for another live broadcast from Ocean Paddler here at the 2026 Hamilton Island Cup. For myself and Gina, hoi pa'a and a hui ho. Boom.
It's been fun and it's been real, but has it been real fun?
Has for me.
We'll
see you on Sunday.